Fuck. I finally set up alerts for the stream. Yeah.
What is that?
Means that when someone follows,
You're gonna get paid. Follow their.
One more time, sorry. I was using your audio to lower this down. I was using your audio to lower this down. I was using your audio to lower this down. I was using your audio to lower this down. I was using your. Why is it repeating me over and over again? Why is it repeating me over and over again? Oh, it was freaking me out. I was like, what the fuck? That's so cool.
Alright.
Sorry. You know what would have been fucking hilarious to put for that? Joseph saying, "Oh my god!" Dibs. Use it later on. If that one ever gets stale, just swap it out.
what?
Video for biology.
Hmm. You don't want to use your headset and get on Discord?
I think I'm on Discord. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Oh my god, why are these boots so heavy?
Are these boots so heavy?
Hmm. Mm.
Right, that's all I can do for now.
Oh god. Oh my god. Ow.
What?
I said ow.
Oh. I found this so fucking hilarious.
Hmm.
How they created another AI in this game called Mai, and Chadley was just as annoyed with her as we were with Chadley.
Hmm.
What's the word for that? Meta?
Yeah.
I'm finally starting to understand what fucking meta means.
Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ow.
Can you put the bong in its spot? Thank you. Boy. Duh.
Okay, stop. Okay. Just let me kill your buddies. Game, can you please let me lock onto the one that's on top? Rah! Are you serious? Okay, whatever. Are you joking? Game. Can parry them. Oh, hello. Oh. Hmm. Whoa. Oh. It's gonna blow up, isn't it? Cool. Anything else before I drop down there? Doesn't look like it. Ugh. These fucking rock fuckers. What the fuck? Sir. Oh god. Wait, I don't recoil from attacking them? Oh.
Why is it lagging so much?
Ow. Might want to change the settings. Are you in game mode?
So, pretty better. Son of a bitch.
Somebody behind me? Yep, somebody behind me. Ow.
Yeah, it's gone.
Sir. You know what? Everybody gather up. Be gone!
Why, yes, baby chocobo friend, I will help you.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, hey, hey. Calm down.
Chocobo. Oh. Can't forget to pet the chocobo.
I hate how squishy I am. I totally thought I could have lived that.
What did you say? I hate how squishy I am.
Yeah.
You are pretty squishy.
You know what? That's not the kind of squishy I was talking about.
Well, it's what you are.
It
It doesn't change anything.
Hey, David.
David?
What other David would it be, this?
Listen, Linda, listen.
Can you
What
drop
the hell,
down?
David, come to my stream. Pablo has enough followers. I don't have any.
That's not true. Sir, can you come down from there?
Okay, wait. I need to fix this. This does not look right. I hate how you made me somehow tune in to problems with my screen. It's ruined. It's ruined.
No, you don't do that.
I already lowered this.
Maybe change some stuff to medium here. Did you make sure you're in game mode?
Yeah, I am.
Are you sure?
Yes, babe. I just checked. Did you not hear me say that?
Yeah, but even in the menu, you should not be at 40 FPS. Can you double check for me?
Mm-hmm.
What's so weird? Yeah, this is not normal. Go back to the graphic settings.
Give me a second.
Bless you.
Going back to my settings.
Go all the way down? So weird. Try restarting the game? Well, not loading. Oh, you're saving. Never mind.
Mm-hmm. Not about to lose all that progress. I ain't about to lose all that progress. It sounded like Steve for a second. A wild David has joined the chat room.
That was a few minutes ago.
Fuck!
What?
Nothing. I missed the wild David.
Sir, stop throwing your butt stuff at me.
Maybe I should have sheep chat on.
Yeah, at the
It's
very.
just so annoying.
Oh.
See, that's the type of stuff that takes me out of what's the word?
Just have it in the background so you can hear it when somebody messages you.
I'm just putting it on my phone. Oh, hello.
Okay. Not what I meant to do! Okay, we're done. I wonder. That did not work how I wanted it to. Ow. Don't wanna lose these.
Give me my fucking points, bitch. Pokemon Town!
No way.
Oh! Oh, hoo. Hello. Hello, small birdie. David, how you been? Update. I'm kicking ass in college. Kicking ass. Taking AIDS. Mostly kicking ass, but
Oh god.
I'm
what
also
the
really
fuck?
hyped up on caffeine right now.
Dude.
Oh my god, it's almost Friday, right?
Oh my god. There's so many of them!
cloud.
Crowdo.
Rare formula. Oh, let me look at something.
Ooh.
Ready to bring him in?
The dog? Sure.
Where are my babies? Where are my babies? Go to the room before I become a Disney princess. Go to the room. Nice. Yeah, today's my day off also. I needed it. School has been, for lack of a better word, mind-boggling. I was able to argue a grade back. What else? Biolab sucks. Completely and utterly sucks. And I hate it with a passion. Love bio, my bio lecture, but I fucking hate my bio lab. And other than that, things are just peachy. Hey! Stop grooming on my bed, and especially on my blanket. We just...
Oh! Jeez. You always scare me.
Go Chocobo! Hey, what are you doing? Lightning! What are you doing, Trunkus?
Bro.
Diggly dig, diggly dig, diggly dig, diggly dig. Hey, Ripetown GP. Thanks, but no thanks. Gueve. got a chocobo. Yes, we got a chocobo. Do you wanna ride my chocobo? Well, you can't ride it because it's my chocobo. Go get your own fucking chocobo, cause this is my chocobo. Get your own chocobo. Babe, do me a quick favor.
I know, right? What's up, babe?
Go to my stream.
Babe, I'm busy.
Oh, sorry.
I cannot pause this game.
My bad. My stream looks like it's freaking out.
Not what I meant to do. Bruh.
Is this actually what my stream is?
Any better AoE spells?
What the hell?
What happened?
Look!
You might want to restart your stream or something.
I was about to say, is my problem just OBS?
Probably. I don't know what it's doing.
Being stupid, apparently. My stream is glitching like a GIF. Yes, it is. Let's stop that. Like, it's not even moving here on the actual, like, screen.
Dude, let me use a spell!
Me, gets restart.
I wish that spell worked better. Oh my god.
Oh no.
You're fucking kidding me.
You have died.
Guys, please get away from my blanket.
Look at what OBS is doing.
Yeah, you're probably OBS's settings are fucked up. Stop streaming.
Already did. Oh well, I did before, but. Hold on. Stop.
Close that.
I did this. I even updated it.
Let me see the game. How does the game running now? Okay, so it's definitely OBS. Go back to OBS. File. Settings. You know what? Somebody must.
Hui. I need you to turn.
What the fuck?
What does that even mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Multipass. Lilu Dallas Multipass.
Um. Windows key Viv? What the fuck? Have you saved?
No.
Can you save?
Excuse me? There.
Windows key? Did you change this?
Haven't changed any of this stuff, babe. If I don't know how to mess with it, I will not mess with it. I'm not looking to royally screw up your computer.
I'm just curious why that got changed. Continue? Like load up your game? Okay. Go to OBS. Or Windows key. First let me... There you go.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
You're the best.
Mm-hmm.
I was blessed with a smart boyfriend. Who knows computer stuff? And that's all gonna be a trade-off later when I'm a doctor. Cause he's literally not gonna have to pay for another medical bill. La la la, medical bills are expensive. Seriously, I'm gonna be like Meredith Grey. I'm gonna change my name and everything. Brandon. Let's go, go. Stop. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Plum. Let's do these first. I still am okay, maybe not in disbelief, but I wasn't expecting Firelight to get killed off so soon.
I mean, she's been alive for a while.
Yeah, but she seemed okay in the grand scheme of things. She seemed kind of integral to Homelander's plans. She was kind of the figurehead for everything that he was doing in the show up to that point. Like, making the Democratic Church of America,
Merkel.
you know, all that stuff. Like, she was kind of the front man for all of that. So now that she's gone, I feel like a lot of that is gonna kind of start to unravel. But we'll see. I'm very curious about whether Homelander is even gonna get his hands on V1.
I guess we shall see.
Yeah, I wanna get through the rest of these episodes already. I'm very curious to see how this is gonna end. The showrunner or the director or whatever. He basically said outright that the ending of the show is going to be kind of disappointing. Like he's setting people up for what they're going to be getting, I guess. But you know what? I think a lot of places should be doing that to kind of lower expectations because, geez, everybody's expecting masterpieces.
I think people are just expecting decent writing.
That's fair.
Like with the whole thing with Stranger Things, like people were understandably upset.
Yeah. That was probably one of the most disappointing finales that I've ever seen. The whole, like, I believe trope is played out and tired. I believe. Well, I believe too.
More blood? Oh god.
Fuck.
Over y'all shit. Oh god.
You're welcome, Kupo.
Kupo.
You're welcome, Kupo.
What the fuck?
Excuse me? That's gotta be a joke. That has to be. Owen from Grey's Anatomy is set to play Ron Weasley's dad in the new Harry Potter movie.
Oh, they're gonna make him a redhead?
Babe, he is a redhead.
He is?
Kevin McKidd is a redhead.
Oh. Well, he's blonde and...
No, he's not. He's strawberry blonde, sure, but like that's basically a redhead. He's a redhead. Maybe it's the gray in his hair, but that man's a redhead, babe.
Owen.
Owen. Oh no, there it is. Whatever happened with the car thing?
I don't know it.
I totally could have gone to go help my dad this morning.
I don't know, my mom didn't tell me anything.
I can't hear you.
I said, I don't know, my mom didn't tell me anything.
Oh. Although, to be honest, I would much rather wait until we have money to pay for it ourselves. As much as I greatly, greatly appreciate your mom's help, I do not want to take away any more money from her.
Well, we were gonna pay her back, so...
Yeah, but still, I don't want to owe anything.
Okay, up to you. Of course. god. Is that a spell or is that a incantation?
It's a spell cantation.
God damn it. All the fucking cool shit is from Fate's side. I don't get it. I really wish I knew what half of these items are for. That's bullshit. And you know it, David. Faith is supposed to be holy magic, not fucking fire and lightning. That's wizard shit. Faith is supposed to be healing and holy and, you know, buffs and shit like that.
Other things.
If I knew the lightning spells were behind Faith, I think I would have chosen Faith. Although I don't know, because the ice spells are behind intelligence, so I don't know. Is that it here? I guess so. Why would there be a grace here, though? I know! There has to be some better spells.
What?
Dude, I already... Yeah. Wait. Nope, I missed this. I killed more of these. Kill it. Not.
Time to stripper pull into this bitch. Whee! Let's go. Ninja. I want to be ninja. I don't have time for this.
Oh god. Oh god. Ooh. Nice. Got the map, got the map, got the map, got the map.
Face down, ass up. That's the way I kick your ass.
How do I get over here?
Oh yeah. God, I hate Chadley.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, something else?
I'm coming, little chocobo man. Whatever you say, small chocobo. You're welcome, my little fuzzy friend. Yeah, basically. But honestly, all of the quests with them are like that. From what I remember. And you see, the fights are hilarious sometimes, but most times they're just really easy and a little annoying. Bunnies.
Thank you. How do I get up there? That's the need port. You don't.
Oh, absolutely. Seeing Red 13 on anything makes this game worth it. I fucking love that little guy so much. Okay, we're about halfway done with this area. Oh, ooh. Where the fuck did that birdie go? Ah. Hehehehe. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where the fuck did he go?
Get better parrying spears. Oh god. Mistake.
I feel like you saying that means that they're only going to get more difficult. Where? Up there? Yes, bitch, I'm trying to follow you, but I don't see where you're going.
Yeah?
Okay, I keep losing track of this thing. Let me get off this fucking chocobo.
Really?
Ah, I'm a dingus.
Hmm.
That's a coddle.
Actually. Oh gosh. The fuck? Did my stream restart?
Hey, what are you doing? Let's go, bitch!
Oh god.
Oh god.
Ah! Ugh.
Napu 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 napu. Lapu 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 lapus. Bless you.
Thank you.
Any detrimental status and effects.
Fuck.
Okay, so I can't do this one yet. Shut your mouth.
Yeah. Oh god, what the fuck? Oh my god, you're joking.
I'll be back for you later. What the hell? I can take them. The dreams of a golden child. What the fuck was that? Oh.
Fuck.
Chocobo Man.
God damn it.
Where are we going, little Chocobo baby? Little Choco baby.
Oh my god. God.
Yes, yes. Anything for you, little Chocobo baby.
Oh my god.
Little pat on the head. Hello.
Bruh. You're joking! Stop! Fuck these things! God!
Let's go, beach.
Bruh. Fuckers. Goodness, fuck those things.
Are you?
Fuck was that?
No.
Interesting.
No! Oh god, these chocobo moments are so clunky. Not as bad as Final Fantasy X, but still.
Where's the... I
I don't know, babe. I haven't even started smoking yet. Caffeine has me like, the coffee has me super hyped up right now.
For me, it's my meds.
Oh, you took the Vyvanse today? Oh, that's right. You even put it on your.
Yeah.
What, baby? I see. Fast run. I wish I could have gotten my fucking calendulas to grow. I never thought to do that. Do I have any daisy seeds?
Fuck. Whatever. You know what? Let me just check the map. See if there is any.
What, baby? I want to bring a chocobo all day. Yes, I have a chocobo. You don't have a chocobo. That's too bad. You don't have a chocobo. That sucks for you. How come you don't have one? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh god. Oh god.
Putting it on until we pressure it, but also cause it to see red. Got it.
Oh god. Oh my god. He fell.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes!
Really? God, man.
I did.
What? What? You are fucking kidding me. You are actually fucking kidding me. That really fucking pissed me off.
What happened?
I lost like 50,000 runes to... I don't even know what the fuck. Literally died to a fall that I survived the first time. The most stupidest thing ever. And I survived just fine this time. Fuck this game.
Ugh. I swear, the level of deliciousness at which your mom cooks her green spaghetti is unreal. Unfucking heard of.
This is the saltiest this game has made me feel so far.
I can tell.
I've lost like over 100,000 runes just fall damage
How do you use the runes? Like, do you spend them for like skills and stuff?
to level ups.
How far were you from another level up?
Each level up right now is costing like around almost 20k runes. So I lost like 2-3 level ups.
Why did you use them? Don't hoard, babe. Son of a bitch. What is happening?
Again?
My frame rate dropped like a shit ton just now.
Windows key?
Hold on. Let me just finish this.
What?
Okay. I pressed the Windows key. Is this what you needed to look at?
Yeah. Like, 100%, but now it's back to normal. When your game's
Yeah.
back to normal. You might want to update the graphics driver.
Again. How do I do that?
Open up type NVIDIA. No.
This?
No. That. You're gonna have to stop your stream and maybe restart the game as well.
I just saved anyways. It's the should I optimize this?
No.
So I'm assuming I should download this new driver.
Do I need to do anything about this middle thing? This X system software?
No, this is just plus.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez, I hate seeing these posts that make me want to pick up my crochet hook again and just make little sweaters for the dogs. The new trailer for Resident Evil came out and I don't know how to feel about it.
The DLC?
No, baby.
Oh, the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as I heard that it wasn't gonna follow the main line, I was like, I tuned out.
It seems like it is, but it isn't. Like, it's within the same universe, and it's gonna have story elements from the game,
But like the other one.
but it's telling a side story. Like, it's for sure telling a side story. Yeah, nothing's changed. It's still kind of glitching. I think it's just OBS.
What?
Womp 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 womp.
What? I don't understand. The Glenstone crown?
Let's go, bitch.
How do I get that Glenstone crown? This one? Ah.
Wrong move, bitch. Shit. Let I be a lesson to you, do not mess with me. My little twins. My little twins. Jeez, you would think that you all were from the same litter. Seriously though, if Lightning underwent a sex change, she'd be Snow.
What?
If Lightning underwent a sex change, she would literally be Snow. Da 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 da. Yeah, bitch, let's go. Neither am I. Not today, bitch. It's a no from me. Oh god, I don't have any cards. One, baby.
This is why I don't stream. I don't like it because of how it affects the computer when I do it.
Yeah, game's not optimized that well.
Well, that's why I asked if I should do that optimize option on NVIDIA.
Even then, it should not be dropping this much.
Because that's a huge drop, but
Yeah, go back to your task manager.
I'm back. Like, what? Why every time that I go to this, does it go back to normal? I don't understand. Are you sure I shouldn't try this? Or that it won't, absolutely won't make a difference?
It won't make much of a difference, but you can try it.
Any difference is... Let's see if that... Outside of the changes that we just made, if that fixes anything. What are y'all doing under there?
Team menaces. What thing? What are you doing?
I want some attention, Dad. It's been too long since you done gave me a little pet.
You walked away.
Huh?
She literally walked away.
Because you didn't give me a pet in time.
Hey, what are you doing? I have a sinking feeling that the dog might have
I will have what?
Please!
Oh. I haven't seen any.
It's mostly just how much they've been scratching lately. All of them. And they're doing that leg bite thingy. Let's go, bitch.
swear, he has all his health. Ow.
Fuck you, bitch. There we go. Oh my god, I didn't even get to tell you. So yesterday in sign language, one of they had us playing Uno in class,
Uh-huh.
and one of the people in my group was getting so salty. Like, so I gave him a single +4. One. Just one.
Uh-huh.
And then this fucker, anytime I would get, he saw that I had one card, would instantly call me on it. Like he was looking out for me. And so at one point, when the order of the game turned around, like somebody did a reverse card, I saw he had a plus card in his hand, and the person on the other side of him saw it too. And it was sure enough, it was the color of that. And so the other person was, the person next to him was like, why didn't you just give me the +2? Like, you had the opportunity for it. And so I was like, because you didn't give him a +4. I was like, I see how he's playing. So now, you know, we know who he's looking at. And he was like, no, it's because it didn't seem like the right thing strategically. And I was like, uh-huh, sure. Keep telling me that's yourself.
Jeez.
Like, come on, dude. Who are you trying to fool? You are transparent as hell right now. Also, it's fucking Uno, dude. Calm down. We're playing it in class.
Oh god, I don't have parry on this field.
There we go. Stupid. Aww. Sure, let's go, businessman. Cloud not have a summon? No. clothes already.
Oh god.
It is Gilgamesh.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Anything that cures poison? Hmm. Whatever.
I already made you a stupid propeller.
I didn't pick up on that the first time.
clouds. They rebuilt it, an exact imitation, but not quite.
Yo, yo, what's up?
Oh, Coco, I'm just seeing your stuff, but thanks. Pretty good. Without customizing.
Planning on working on my account.
Sure. Hold on. I suppose. If it gets a little distracting, I might turn it off though.
Good morning. Let's review as much of the AP Physics.
Jeez, we need to do that when I'm in physics.
What?
Good morning.
What you're doing now.
Have a video playing while we...
Yes, because I'm gonna be fucking struggling with physics. I already know it. Like, I'm sure I'll do okay, but I'm definitely gonna need help with that class.
Fuck, I can't. There you go.
Can you go outside? Yeah, you do. Your belly feels full.
Let's review as much of the AP Physics 1 curriculum as we can in 30 minutes. Absolutely. Sure.
But
Go to the room.
Okay.
The room.
The basic idea here is that I am taking the more than 3.5 hours of AP Physics 1 review videos I have in the playlist link down below and distilling it down as much as possible. Clearly, I cannot review everything in such a short amount of time. Feel free to use my longer review playlist if you have the time. However, I am making this much shorter review on the idea that y'all can use it as a refresher right before the exam. And because I want to move as quickly as possible to review as much as possible, I am not going to be asking or answering any questions. Are y'all going to be okay with that? Absolutely. Sure. And before we get started, I do need to mention that if you are looking for practice exams which mirror the digital exam, you can purchase my AP Physics 1 Ultimate Physics Player, which also includes resources to help you understand the structure. And if you are looking to gain a better understanding of the curriculum, you can purchase my AP Physics 1 Ultimate Packet, which also includes a practice. Links for both of those are below in the description. All right. All systems go. Good. 30 minutes. Here we go.
I get it. Now that girl was singing this song, she was just
Vectors have
off
magnitude
tune.
and directions. Scales have magnitude. The distance an object travels is the length of the path between initial and final position. The displacement of an object is the straight line distance between the object's initial and final points, or change in position equals final position. Displacement is a vector and distance is a scalar. That means the distance an object travels will always be greater than or equal to the magnitude of the displacement. Average velocity equals displacement over change in time, and velocity is a vector. Average acceleration equals change in velocity over change in time, and acceleration is a vector. If the time interval over which the velocity or acceleration is taken is very small, then the velocity or acceleration is considered to be instantaneous. In other words, what it would be at a specific time rather than over a time period. If the acceleration of an object is constant, then we can use the uniformly accelerated motion equations, or UAM equations. They are also called kinematics equations. To analyze the motion.
dude, I learned this stuff
In the
years ago.
uniformly accelerated motion equations,
I put this on for
there
you.
are 5 variables or equations, and if you know 3 of the variables, you can find the other 2, which leaves you with one happy physics student. The slope of a position versus time graph is velocity. acceleration of the object in the y direction is constant, so you can use the UAM equations in the y direction. In the x direction, the acceleration of the object is 0, and you can use the equation for constant velocity in the x direction. The description of the motion of an object changes depending on the frame of reference of the person observing the motion. This is called relative motion and often involves acceleration. Unit 2. Force and translational dynamics. The center of mass of a system of particles equals the sum of the expression mass of each particle times the position of each particle relative to a zero reference line, all divided by the total mass of the particles. This equation is also valid if you replace each position variable with a velocity variable or an acceleration variable. All forces are vectors and are the result of an interaction between two objects, always. Free body diagram shows all the forces acting on an object. Only force vectors should be in free body diagrams. All forces start at the center of mass of the object or system. If there are two or more forces acting in the same direction on an object, those forces will start at the center of mass of the object. They are simply offset from one another. Never break forces into components in a free body diagram answer on an AP physics exam. The force normal caused by a surface is always perpendicular to the surface and moves away from that surface. The force of tension in a rope or something similar is always parallel to the direction of the rope and a pull. Newton's first law states that an object at rest will remain at rest and an object in motion will remain at a constant velocity unless acted upon by a net external force. This is often called the law of inertia because inertia is the tendency of an object to resist acceleration. Newton's second law is an equation which net force, mass, and acceleration. On the AP Physics 1 reference sheet, it is shown as the acceleration of the system equals the net force acting on the system divided by the mass of the system, where both acceleration and force are vectors. When the net force on an object is 0, the object is in translation. That means the object is either at rest or moving at a constant velocity because the acceleration of the object is 0. Newton's third law states that for every force object 1 exerts on object 2 exerts a force on object 1 that is equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. And these forces act simultaneously. The magnitude of the gravitational force exerted on a mass in a gravitational field is determined using the equation force of gravity equals mass times gravitational field strength. The direction of the force of gravity on an object is always towards the center of mass of the planet, down. The direction of the force of friction is always parallel to the surface, always opposes sliding motion, and always independent of the direction of the force applied. The force of kinetic friction equals the coefficient of kinetic friction times force normal. Kinetic friction occurs when the two surfaces are sliding relative to one another. The coefficient of friction, mu, has no units, cannot be negative, and is experimentally determined. The force of static friction is less than or equal to the coefficient of static friction times force normal. Static friction occurs only when the two surfaces are not sliding relative to one another. The force of static friction adjusts in an attempt to keep the two surfaces from sliding relative to one another. The force of friction does not depend on the size of the surface area of contact between the two surfaces. The magnitude of the gravitational force using Newton's law of universal gravitation equals the gravitational constant times mass 1 times mass 2 divided by the square of the distance between the two surfaces. The gravitational force is always directed along a line connecting the center of mass of both objects and is always directed toward the other mass. The local gravitational field on a planet, little g, is a nearly constant on the surface of the planet. The magnitude of the gravitational field can be found by setting the two equations for gravitational force equal to one another. An ideal spring force is proportional to its displacement from equilibrium position, and the equation for the spring force is called Hooke's law, where the force of the spring equals the negative of the quantity the spring times the displacement from the equilibrium position of the spring. The direction of the spring force is always toward equilibrium position. The negative in Hooke's law represents that the spring force and the displacement of the object from equilibrium position are opposite in direction. The magnitude of the slope of a graph of spring force versus displacement from equilibrium position is the spring constant, because y equals mx plus v. The linear velocity of an object moving along a circular path is called tangential velocity, which is always directed perpendicularly to the radius describing the path and parallel to the path itself. An object moving along a circular path must have a centripetal acceleration, which is always directed inward toward the center of the circle. The reason an object moving along a circular path must have a centripetal acceleration is because the direction of the tangential velocity is always changing. Centripetal acceleration is the square of tangential speed divided by the time it takes an object which is moving along a circular path at a constant speed to complete a circle is defined as period, capital T. The number of revolutions completed by the object per second is defined as frequency, lowercase f. And period equals the inverse of frequency. Centripetal force is the net force in the in direction which causes the centripetal acceleration of the object in toward the center of the circle. The net force in the in direction, the centripetal force, equals mass times centripetal acceleration. It is not a new force, it is never in a free body diagram. The in direction is positive, and the out direction is negative. Unit 3. Work, energy, and power. An object whose center of mass is moving has translational kinetic energy, 1/2 mass times speed squared. Work is the amount of mechanical energy transferred into or out of a system, and it equals the magnitude of the force doing the work on the system times the magnitude of the displacement of the system while the force acts, times the cosine of the angle in the direction of the force with the displacement. The work done by a conservative force on a system is independent of the path of the object. Two examples of conservative forces are the gravitational force and the spring force. The work done by a non-conservative force in a system does depend on the path of the object. Two examples of non-conservative forces are friction and area. The three types of mechanical energy are kinetic energy, gravitational potential energy, and elastic potential energy. Potential energy is the energy stored in a system due to the positions of the objects in the system. In a constant gravitational field, the change in gravitational potential energy equals mass times gravitational field strength times the change in vertical position of the object. A single object cannot have potential energy. The general form for the gravitational potential energy, which exists between two objects with mass, equals the negative of the gravitational constant.
Dude, let him do his thing.
Times mass 1 times mass 2, all divided by the distance between the centers of mass of the two objects. The location of zero gravitational potential energy in this equation is where the two objects are infinitely far away from one another. This is why the general form of gravitational potential energy is always negative. Elastic potential energy equals 1/2 times the spring constant times displacement from equilibrium position squared. Work and energy are scalars. This means work, kinetic energy, gravitational potential energy, and elastic potential energy do not have direction, they only have magnitude. A system with only one object in it can only have kinetic energy. Any changes to the types of energies in a system are balanced by equivalent changes of other types of energies in the system, or by a transfer of energy into or out of the system. The total mechanical energy of a system remains the same if there is zero net work done on the system and there is zero work done by non-conservative forces. When there is net work done on a system, energy is transferred between the system and its surroundings. When friction does work on the system and no external forces add or remove energy from the system, the work done by the non-conservative force equals the change in energy. The work energy principle states that the net work done on a system equals the change in kinetic energy of the system. This equation is always valid, even if friction does work on the system and an external force adds. Whenever you are using these equations where mechanical energy is or energy is transferred into or out of a system, in addition to clearly identifying the system, you always have to identify the initial point and the final point. Power is the rate at which energy changes with respect to time by either being transferred into or out of a system or converted from one type of energy to another within a system. Average power delivered to the system equals the work done on the system divided by the change in the time during which that work was done. Instantaneous power equals the magnitude of the force doing the work on the object times the magnitude of the velocity of the object times the cosine of the angle between the directions of the force and the velocity. Unit 4. Linear momentum. Linear momentum, which is a vector, equals mass times velocity. In AP Physics 1, during all collisions and explosions, the net external force acting on the object or system is considered to be negligibly small relative to the forces internal to the system, and during an explosion, forces internal to the system push the objects in the system apart. Newton's second law, in terms of momentum, is net force equals change in momentum over change in time. impulse, uppercase J, which is a vector, equals change in momentum, it equals average force times change in time, the area under a force versus time curve. When the net force acting on the system is zero, the impulse momentum is also zero. So the momentum of the system remains constant because no momentum is added or removed from the system. In other words, the sum of the initial momentum and the final momentum. If the net force acting on a system with an object in it is zero, the velocity of the center of mass of the system is constant. This is because the change in momentum of the system is zero. When the net force on a system is non-zero, linear momentum does not remain constant because linear momentum is transferred between the system and the environment. There are three main types of collisions. They are elastic collisions, where the total kinetic energy of the system before the collision is the same as the total kinetic energy after the collision. Inelastic collisions, where the total kinetic energy of the system decreases during the collision. And perfect elastic collisions, which are inelastic collisions, where the objects stick to one another. Most real-world collisions are inelastic. During all collisions, because the net external force acting on the system is considered to be negatively small relative to the linear momentum of the system. Unit 5. Torque and rotational dynamics. Angular displacement equals angular displacement final minus angular displacement. The units for angular displacement are degrees, radians, and revolutions. Angular displacement and all other angular variables in the physics equation, it needs to be in radians. 1 revolution equals 3 degrees, which is 2 radians. Average angular velocity. Average angular acceleration equals change in angular velocity over change in time. Rigid objects with shape maintain a constant shape as they rotate. This means all points in a rigid object rotate angular displacement during the same time. Have the same angular velocity and have the same angular acceleration. If the angular acceleration of the object is constant, the object is experiencing uniformly angularly accelerated motion.
You fishy.
Dude, you need to stop.
Okay, I just get so excited.
I know. And there are 4 fishy equations, which are just like the UAM equations, only with rotational variables rather than linear variables. In graphs of rotational motion, the slope of an angular position as a function of time graph is angular velocity. The slope of an angular velocity as a function of time graph is angular acceleration. The area under an angular acceleration as a function of time graph is change in angular velocity. The area under an angular velocity as a function of time graph is change in angular position or angular displacement. An object moving along a circular path moves through an angular displacement. However, it also moves through a linear distance called arc length, which equals radius times angular displacement. It also has a linear velocity called tangential velocity, which equals radius times angular velocity. It can also have a linear acceleration called tangential acceleration, which equals radius times angular acceleration. The directions of tangential velocity and tangential acceleration are tangent to the circular path being traced out by the object and perpendicular to the radius. In order to use each of the 3 equations relating a linear variable to a rotational variable, the rotational variable needs to be in radians. This is because radians are a dimension. Centrifugal acceleration is angular acceleration is the only one of the 3 which is an angular velocity.
So far, I haven't had any frame drop since I did that option. That's good.
Circular motion cannot exist without centripetal acceleration. Tangential acceleration refers to a change in the magnitude of the tangential velocity of an object. Centripetal acceleration refers to a change in the direction of the tangential velocity of an object. When a rigid object is rotating, the terms angular displacement, angular velocity, and angular acceleration refer to the whole object. However, the terms arc length, tangential velocity, tangential acceleration, and centripetal acceleration refer to the specific location on the object. Torque. lowercase tau, is the ability of a force to cause an angular acceleration of an object, and it equals r, the distance from the axis of rotation to the location where the force acts on the object, times f, the force causing the torque, times the sine of theta, the angle between the directions of r and f. R sub perpendicular is called the lever arm, which is the perpendicular distance from the axis of rotation to the line of action of the force. Torque is a vector. However, this equation for torque is the magnitude of the torque. In AP Physics 1, we use clockwise and counterclockwise to indicate the direction of torque. When working with torque, we draw force diagrams of all the forces acting on an object. The objects are no longer point particles, they are rigid objects with shape. This means we use a force diagram where the forces acting on the object. The net torque about any axis of rotation is equal to 0. This means you can pick an axis of rotation, which makes the math easier. Unit 6. Energy and momentum of rotating systems. Objects whose center of mass is changing location have translational kinetic energy, and objects that are rotating have rotational kinetic energy, which equals 1/2 rotational inertia times angular speed squared. The total kinetic energy of a rigid object is the addition of its rotational kinetic energy about its center of mass and its translational kinetic energy from the linear motion of its center of mass. A torque can transfer energy into or out of a rigid system if the torque acts over a change in angular position or angular displacement. Work done by a constant torque on a rigid system equals torque times angular displacement. On a graph of torque as a function of angular position, work is the area under the curve. Angular momentum of a rigid object with shape equals rotational inertia times angular velocity. Angular momentum is a vector. Angular momentum of a rigid object with shape has to be relative to an axis of rotation. Angular momentum of a point particle equals r, the distance from the axis of rotation or reference line to the point particle, times the mass of the point particle times the magnitude of the velocity of the point particle times the sine of the angle between r and v. Angular momentum of a point particle has to be relative to an axis of rotation, which is sometimes called a reference line. And while this equation is for the magnitude of the angular momentum of a point particle, angular momentum is a vector. Again, in AP Physics, we use clockwise and counterclockwise to indicate the direction of angular momentum. Another rotational form of Newton's second law is net torque equals change in angular momentum over change in time. And when you move change in time over to the other side of the equation, you can see angular impulse equals change in angular momentum, which equals torque times change in time, and that equals the area under a torque versus time curve. On a graph of angular momentum as a function of time, the slope of the curve is the net torque acting on the object. the total angular momentum of a system remains constant if the net torque acting on the system equals 0. When that occurs, no angular momentum is added or removed from the system. A rigid object with shape, which is rolling without slipping, has equations for displacement, velocity, and acceleration of its center of mass, which are very similar to the circular motion equations for arc length, tangential velocity, and tangential acceleration. For example, in circular motion, the tangential velocity of a location on an object equals the distance from the axis of rotation to the location on the object times the angular velocity of the object. And in rolling without slipping, the velocity of the center of mass of the object equals the radius of the object times the angular velocity of the object. When an object is rolling without slipping, it has both translational and rotational kinetic energies. The acceleration of a rigid object with shape rolling without slipping on an incline only depends on 3 variables: the incline angle, the gravitational field, and the factor in front of mass times radius squared in
Hello,
the
Mildred, who
rotational
runs the
inertia
mills.
equation. When an object is rolling with slipping, the equations for rolling without slipping are no longer valid. For example, the velocity of the center of mass of an object rolling with slipping does not equal the radius of the object times its angular velocity. In circular orbits, the total mechanical energy of the system, the gravitational potential energy of the system, angular momentum of the satellite, and the kinetic energy of the satellite all remain constant. In elliptical orbits, the total mechanical energy of the system and the angular momentum of the satellite remain constant. However, the gravitational potential energy of the system and the kinetic energy of the satellite do not remain constant. When a satellite is in a circular orbit or an elliptical orbit around a planet, its linear momentum does not remain constant because the direction of its velocity changes. However, the angular momentum of the satellite does not change. The direction of its angular velocity does remain constant. Escape velocity is defined as the initial speed necessary directed away from the surface of a planet such that the final velocity of the object will be 0 when the object is an infinite distance from the planet. Unit 7. Oscillations. Periodic motion is motion which is repeated in equal intervals of time. Simple harmonic motion is periodic motion which results from a restoring force acting on an object where the magnitude of that force is proportional to the displacement of the object from equilibrium position. Equilibrium position is the location where the net force acting on the object is 0. A restoring force is always directed towards equilibrium position. The period of simple harmonic motion, capital T, is defined as the time it takes to go through one full cycle or oscillation. The amplitude of simple harmonic motion, capital A, is defined as the maximum distance from equilibrium position. Just one example of a system going through one full simple harmonic motion cycle would be this horizontal ideal mass spring system going through the following positions: 2, 3, 2, 1, 2. At position 1, the displacement of the mass from equilibrium position is at its maximum value, the amplitude. The velocity of the mass is 0, the spring force and acceleration of the mass are at their maximum magnitudes, and the spring force and acceleration are directed to the left. At position 2, the displacement of the mass from equilibrium position is 0, the velocity of the mass is at its maximum magnitude, the spring force and acceleration are both 0, and the velocity of the mass is either to the left or right. At position 3, the displacement of the mass from equilibrium position is at its maximum magnitude in the negative direction, the negative of the amplitude. The velocity of the mass is again 0, the spring force and acceleration of the mass are again at their maximum magnitudes, and the spring force and acceleration are directed to the right. The period of a mass spring system equals 2 pi times the square root of mass divided by the spring constant. The restoring force for a horizontal mass spring system is the spring force acting on the mass. The period of a simple pendulum equals 2 pi times the square root of the length of the pendulum divided by gravitational field strength. A simple pendulum is considered to be in simple harmonic motion for small angles. For 8 physics 1, the maximum angle can be as large as 15 degrees. The restoring force for a simple pendulum is the component of the force of gravity acting on the pendulum bob, which is tangent to the direction of the motion of the bob. Frequency of simple harmonic motion is defined as the number of cycles or oscillations per second. An equation which can describe the position of an object in simple harmonic motion is position equals amplitude times the cosine of the quantity 2 pi times frequency times time. The only difference between using cosine and sine in this equation is that they are phase shifted from one another by a magnitude of 90 degrees or pi over 2 radians. In other words, when you use cosine, the initial position of the object is the amplitude, and when you use sine, the initial position of the object is the equilibrium position. These are the graphs of position, velocity, and acceleration of a mass spring system moving through positions 1, 2, 3, 2, and 1. You can see these graphs match everything I stated previously about position, velocity, and acceleration at locations 1, 2, and 3. However, these also help you visualize what those values are between locations 1, 2, and 3. The total mechanical energy of an object in simple harmonic motion is the sum of the kinetic energy and the potential energy of the system. The total mechanical energy of an isolated system in simple harmonic motion is constant. The total mechanical energy of a horizontal ideal mass spring system equals 1/2 spring constant times magnitude squared. It also equals 1/2 mass times maximum speed squared. Set those two equations equal to one another and you can solve for the maximum speed of a horizontal ideal mass spring system. Unit 8, fluids. Density, or rho, equals mass divided by volume. Pressure on a surface equals the force perpendicular to the surface divided by the surface area. Pressure is a scalar. The absolute pressure at any point in a fluid is the sum of the pressure on the top of the fluid and the gauge pressure caused by the weight of the vertical column of fluid at that point. I'm sorry, above that point. Gauge pressure equals fluid density times gravitational field strength times fluid depth, and gauge pressure does not depend on the cross-sectional area of the container holding the fluid. The buoyant force is equal in magnitude to the weight of the fluid displaced by the object. Therefore, the buoyant force equals the mass of the fluid displaced by the object times gravitational field strength, or the density of the fluid displaced by the object times the volume of the fluid displaced by the object times gravitational field strength. The continuity equation for ideal fluid flow says that the volumetric flow rate, or cross-sectional area times fluid flow speed, is constant. This is true for ideal fluid flow through a closed volume like a pipe. Bernoulli's equation is a description of mechanical energy remaining constant in ideal fluid flow. Bernoulli's equation is pressure at point 1 plus 1/2 fluid density times fluid speed at point 1 squared plus fluid density times gravitational field strength times vertical height at point 1 relative to a horizontal zero line equals all of that at point 2. Bernoulli's principle relates fluid speed and fluid pressure. For example, assuming the difference in height is negligible according to Bernoulli's principle, if fluid speed increases, fluid pressure decreases. Torricelli's theorem gives the speed of an ideal fluid exiting a large open reservoir in a small hole. That speed equals the square root of 2 times gravitational field strength times the vertical height of the top of the fluid in an open reservoir above the small hole. Well,
I guess that's it.
yeah, I guess that's it.
There's your physics review. Made me want to watch. This other channel I follow called Scienceville. A new category of black.
Hello,
Hello?
mortals. In 1964, astronomers detected a huge and mysterious X-ray source in the constellation Cygnus. When they analyzed it, they found a supergiant blue star violently orbiting and being devoured by an invisible whole lot of nothingness. Too heavy for a neutron star, and too dark for anything else. Scientists were looking at the first ever discovered black hole, Cygnus X1, with a stellar mass of roughly 21 suns, and thus an equivalent size of a small city of about 50 kilometers across. Fun fact, if you touch it, you'd die. Following that, we started noticing them everywhere, until we looked into the cores of galaxies. What we noticed was an entirely different category of beasts, those that hold entire galaxies together, and which put stellar mass black holes like Cygnus X1 to shame. They became known as supermassive black holes, with the Milky Way's central one, known as Sagittarius A, having a mass of 4 million suns. If Cygnus was a small city, Sagittarius A would be about 15 times bigger than the entire Sun, stretching to roughly Mercury's orbit. Fun fact, if you touch it, you'd die. But in our zoo of black hole classifications tuned for human comprehension, the supermassive Sagittarius A is barely a pygmy marmoset, whereas Messier 87 is at least an orangutan and a half, at over 2 billion solar masses. It doesn't stop here though. Around 2010 we got a new classification named ultramassive black holes, awarded to the monsters that are over 10 billion times heavier than our Sun. Those would be the Gigantopithecus of our zoo, such as Ton 618, and believe it or not, if you touch it, you'd die. But enough beating around the astrophysical bush, there is one more category for which you're here. In 2021, some studies proposed one even more extreme tier of black holes, namely, and I kid you not, stupendously large black holes, with masses of around or over 100 billion suns, even hypothesized to upwards of trillions, or 5 gorillas in a trench coat. And currently, we have only one candidate for such a spot. But first, we need to understand a distinction. Stupendously large black holes, which we'll refer to as slabs from now on, are hypothesized to have a very different creation process than regular supermassive black holes. If the latter grow by consuming galactic dust and stars from the galactic core over time, slabs form during the first instance after the Big Bang from the primordial soup, way before galaxies or stars were a thing. This was a time so hot that not even atoms could exist. The universe was a formless gray fog. From the quark-gluon plasma came disparity, heat and cold, matter and antimatter, and the furtive singularity that collapsed into the first stupendously large black holes. So easily forgotten.
Now hold your horse's science file. Aren't you describing microscopic black holes? They also formed during the first instances after the Big Bang. Why did some become stupendously large?
Very good observation, fellow AI MatPat. The difference is what first instance after the Big Bang we are talking about. Microscopic black holes formed at around 10 to the power of minus 35 seconds after the Big Bang, when the size of the observable universe was around that of a proton. There was literally not enough energy density for black holes to grow past teeny-weeny proportions, so they all fizzled out. But fun fact, if you touch them, believe it or not, you die. A proton-sized black hole would have the mass of an asteroid, which up close would spaghettify the heck out of your finger. Your fingers would probably not like that. What they would love, however, is holding the hover pins from moving. Super sleek and elegant, and just like black holes defying the laws of gravity, the one-of-a-kind Novium pens are designed to inspire and accompany you as you take on new challenges. I mean, just look at how cool it feels. Anything boring you have to write down instantly stops feeling boring the moment you give the pen a spin. I personally love the HoverPen Interstellar due to its minimalistic design and aerospace-grade aluminum body. But if you're feeling fancy and need a fountain tip on top of the regular ballpoint, go for the HoverPen Future. And while you're at it, Novium also offers premium notebooks, whether you need a place to channel your ultimate inspiration, or simply to figure out how to spell words. You can also get the pen's gold-plated or with a small chunk of embedded meteorite. Amazing options for a gift. Use the code SCIENCEFILE when visiting the link from the description and get 15% off your order for the first 72 hours after this video is live, and 10% off after that. You also get free shipping in most countries, including North America, Europe, the UK, and Australia. Hurry up and redefine the way you write. And now we'll jump back to our holes. If we look at the first second past the Big Bang, we suddenly have a universe that has expanded by a factor of trillions, plenty enough for the formation of slabs, meaning that in the first seconds alone, the universe already gave birth to monstrosities much larger than any black hole we see today. And hence the million-dollar question, where are they now? Assuming they grew up to masses north of 1 trillion suns, their lifespan should allow them to outlive literally anything else in the universe. They couldn't have just evaporated and disappeared. So then, what if they haven't? Here comes what I call the gravitational bully hypothesis. Slabs could have been so efficient at consuming everything around them early on that they had eliminated all of their food sources nearby. Because of their aggressive eating habits, any nearby gas would have been blasted away by the radiation pressure before it could ever settle into a stable galactic disk. And what places are currently devoid of most matter that could act as an ideal hiding spot? Cosmic voids, the vast empty spaces between galactic filaments. Isn't that terrifyingly poetic? You've got gargantuan monsters that weigh more than entire galaxies, which lurk undetected in the darkness of space. They would be too hard to spot gravitationally from too far away, and because there is no nearby mass for them to consume, they wouldn't spew out X-rays either. As far as we're concerned, slabs are effectively invisible to us. Imagine in the far future if an intergalactic spaceship tries to take a shortcut through a galactic void and accidentally bumps into one of them. Fun fact: they would die. And now, while it's unlikely to happen, what if a 1 trillion sun mass slab were secretly headed towards our Milky Way? For comparison, our galaxy weighs about 1.5 trillion solar masses, roughly 50% heavier. Yet at the same time, one is 100,000 light-years in diameter, and the other would have an event horizon a third of a light-year across. That's light traveling for 4 months straight. Imagine the solar system all the way to Pluto, multiplied by 8. And then you add one more 0. And after that, one more 0 again. The solar system would be almost invisible in the center of this stupendously large black hole. And yet, when compared to the entire galaxy, the slab would be too tiny to see. If anything, this is an ode to how massive the Milky Way truly is. But if you remember gravitational astrophysics, it's not the size of objects that matters, it's their mass that does. And once you have a galaxy's worth of mass concentrated into a comparably small black dot headed towards the Milky Way, you get a quick preview of what awaits us in about 5 billion years, when the Andromeda Galaxy will collide with us, if we're around to see it. The Andromeda collision will be a very slow dance, which after billions of years will peacefully settle down into a new Milkdromeda Galaxy. However, if the tango partner will instead be a slab, the dance will feel like a shot out of a cannonball. There would be no merge, only scattering. The arms of the Milky Way, together with any star system remotely close to the slab, would be violently flung out into the cold intergalactic space, while our central Sagittarius and black hole would barely count as a snack for the 25,000 times larger monstrosity. The T of our version is that we will die. But enough with the hypothetical. Thankfully, we currently have no proof for the existence of trillion mass slabs, in case you're megalophobic. This category remains in constraints of research. Except for one instance, the central black hole of the Phoenix A galaxy. It's about 8 billion light-years away from us, so any measurements are educated guesses. But our current numbers put its mass at about 100 billion suns. That's stupidly heavy, like twice as heavy as the entire Triangulum galaxy, with all of its 40 billion stars. And yet, that mass puts it at the lower bound of the stupendously large black hole category. Supermassive and ultramassive black holes grow by eating gas and other stars, but they can do it at a speed of up to a certain limit, called the Eddington limit. If they eat too aggressively, the outward radiation pressure will be stronger than the inward gravitation of the growth rate. With that in mind, Phoenix A is assumed to be more massive than so if our numbers are correct, it could have undergone an alternative formation process, the one taking place right after the Big Bang. Going inside. So what do you say we jump into a nice cozy spaceship with a cup of warm tea as your final meal and head straight for its center? Before we get close to it, we'd first need to traverse its hot accretion disk. Given its size, you might need at least a couple more cups of tea. From end to end, the accretion disk spans over 800 times the distance from the Sun to Pluto. The New Horizons spacecraft took about 9 years to reach Pluto from Earth, so at that speed you'd be looking at over 7,000 years to simply reach the outer edge of Phoenix A. Going back, that's 2,000 years before the pyramids even began to be constructed. But assuming some super sci-fi tech spaceship acceleration of 99% the speed of light, you're still looking at over 5 months of travel through increasingly hellish and turbulent gas spinning at speeds that would melt your spaceship in a fraction of a second. But we're also assuming the cup of tea you drank made you and your ship indestructible. So after months of travel, you're finally at the event horizon. And here's the kicker. The event horizon is so large that the curvature is infinite. It looks like a flat, infinite wall of absolute blackness, no matter which way you look. You can fit 100 solar systems side by side inside its mouth, which at light speed would take you over 22 days to cross, and at regular speeds more than 100 years. But now that we're at the edge of the event horizon, let's take the plunge inside. Assuming your ship somehow survived the violent accretion disk, crossing past the dark barrier will feel surprisingly like nothing. No flashes of light, no instantaneous death, no difference in gravity, just the image of the universe behind you becoming shifted. It would simply feel like stepping into a very large, dark, empty room, as the average density of the space inside Phoenix A is lower than the density of air on Earth. But this quietness gives you a false sense of security, As having crossed the event horizon line, time and space swapped places.
What?
The center of the black hole is no longer the direction you can go to. It becomes your absolute future, and the way out of the black hole becomes your past. A past that you can no longer visit. The same way you can't visit yesterday no matter how much you'd want to scam the lottery numbers. If you fire the engines towards the point of entry, you'd inadvertently reach the singularity sooner. So if you want to make the most out of what you have left, sit as still as you can. It would take you 18 days of subjective time to reach the singularity once you've entered the black hole. Most of this trip will be pretty uneventful. For the first 10 days, nothing much will happen except for the universe behind you distorting more and more into a circle that is progressively brighter and more blue shifted. Yet everything else is a tranquil and quiet blackness. Around day 17, the universe behind you converges into a needlepoint of light and shifts past into the ultraviolet spectrum. Your last day alive will be spent in absolute darkness. Roughly 1 minute before you hit the singularity, you might gently start feeling a stronger pull on the side closer to the singularity, which becomes stronger and stronger with each passing second, given the exponential gravitational gradient of the black hole. It will mostly feel like a gentle pull, until it won't. In the last few milliseconds, the stretch becomes a violent, infinite pull, scientifically known as spaghettification, but I prefer spaghetti a la black hole. Your ship, your body, and even your atoms are shredded into a stream of subatomic particles, thankfully too fast to traumatize you. And that marks the end of your journey. You are now part of the singularity, stuck there in the form of a subatomic soup until the end of times. Literally. Until the black hole evaporates through Hawking radiation into an empty and equally dark universe with no signs of life or anything else for that matter. Maybe only iron stars, if protons do not decay. And fun fact, if you touch them, you die. Unlike the Novium pens, they're pretty cool to touch and spin. Check them out at the link in the description and use code SCIENCEFILE for 15% off for the first 72 hours and 10% after that.
No way that killed me! Oh. That is some bullshit.
Hello mortals. What's the smallest thing ever? An atom, a gamma ray, a quantum chihuahua. If you dig into the literature and step on the edge of our scientific understanding, you will be disappointed to find out that it is in fact not the quantum chihuahua. Instead, you will likely stumble across the Planck Wikipedia article, which essentially states that measuring a distance smaller than the Planck scale is scientifically impossible, which we will get to later. But then we also get articles like these, titled The Trans-Planckian Problem, implying we have instances in which our scientific model has to deal with situations that go past the absolute limit we previously set on scale. Our quantum chihuahua might suddenly have to deal with quantum fleas, far smaller than the Planck scale, which violate our understanding of quantum field theory. And as usual, where our understanding of physics breaks, we encounter black holes in the first instances of our universe. So let's start with the basics.
Que coño
Let's take this
carajo.
beautiful double-sided pillow that you can find in my merch shop. The reason you can see it is because the light from the pixels of your screen travels into your eyes and is transformed into perception by your occipital lobe, unless you're secretly a reptile, in which case it would be your optic tectum. But if you had instead bought the pillow and looked at it with your eye, you would see it because light reflects off of it and then hits your eyes. As long as objects are greater than 100 micrometers, such as the human hair, you have no trouble distinguishing them. But once that limit is crossed, they go blue. Because of the resolution of the human eye, defined by how tightly packed cone cells are in the focus. But that's a human limitation. A superior machine could easily have a much greater resolution and see individual bacteria on your skin the same way you see individual hair strands. Yet there is a limit to that too. No matter how many light receptors you pack in an eye, you will never be able to see a virus clearly. That's because of the wavelength of visible light. And in order for objects to have visible light waves bounce off of them, they need to be at least half of that wavelength. That puts a physical limit of what can be seen using optical light to 200 nanometers. Anything smaller than that, such as most viruses, and light waves essentially travel right through them. Why essentially, you might wonder? Because even then, there is a tiny chance of diffraction happening. That's why the sky is blue. Air particles are thousands of times smaller than visible light, and yet sometimes, with a very small probability, blue light, which has the highest frequency, tends to scatter and paint the entire sky blue. But we're drifting off topic. In order to reliably see things below the visible light limit, you need special light. And you do that by feeding the photon extra energy, thus increasing the frequency and decreasing the wavelength. The smaller the wavelength, the more likely it is the light will bounce off a smaller object. Increase the energy of visible light to ultraviolet, and you can suddenly see viruses. Give it more energy to X-ray, and you can make out molecular structures. Increase that further to gamma rays, and suddenly you can't see anything. Turns out very intense radiation tends to destroy anything you're trying to observe. That's why you don't have gamma ray microscopes. Thankfully, scientists found a way around it. Instead of light waves, they started using electrons for detection. At that scale, individual atomic columns and crystals started to become visible. And yet again, we can only concentrate that much power into an electron before the microscope becomes useless. So if we need to see smaller, we need to throw away microscopes altogether.
Bitch! No, you bitch!
How do you measure something that cannot be seen? An electron microscope can only see at a scale of 1/100 of a nanometer. In order to probe deeper, we have to take a proton and throw it so hard that the particle would gain 0.64 microjoules of kinetic energy. If that were a baseball, the equivalent energy would be 24 million megatons of TNT. And with all that focused energy, the proton's effective wavelength would shrink to 10 to the power of -19 meters, which is 100 million times smaller than the seeing distance of the electron microscope. So once the ultra-fast proton hits another ultra-fast proton head first, suddenly you get evidence for the existence of tiny particles like quarks. This is exactly how the Higgs boson was discovered at WHC in 2012. Although way too tiny and short-lived to actually be observed, it left traces in the form of decayed particles that were predicted by the Higgs model. Alright, so to sum it all up so far, to probe the smallest distances in physics, we use particles with super high energy, because higher energy corresponds to shorter wavelengths, and shorter wavelengths can resolve smaller structures. So what's the limit? The limit is Einstein. If you zoom hard enough, he will appear and flip you off. That was of course a metaphor for black holes. As you know, energy is mass, and the more energy you try to squeeze into a particle, the bigger the energy density becomes. And once past a critical point, which is about 10 to the power of 19 gigaelectron volts, the entire system collapses into a micro black hole, which hides anything you're trying to observe. But even if there were no micro black holes party pooping, our Large Hadron Collider can accelerate a proton with at most 10 to the power of 4 gigaelectron volts. That's around 15 orders of magnitude away required for the Planck scale. And we can't just keep on spinning the proton in circles accelerating it. The magnetic fields aren't strong enough to keep it on course. To reach those levels, we'd need an accelerator bigger than the Eiffel Tower, at about 4,000 light-years across. That's stupidly big. It's just not happening, ever. But what's going on at the Planck scale anyway? Aside from the obvious we don't know, we currently have two leading theories, loop quantum gravity and string theory. The first one argues that at the most fundamental levels, space-time is made up of discrete building blocks, almost like pixels, called spin networks, which are essentially nodes connected by links. Each link has a corresponding quantum spin number that determines the size of the surface between two chunks, but this is too boring for this video. Yet one of the coolest predictions of loop quantum gravity is that it prevents black hole singularities. As the core of a star collapses, and it reaches the Planck scale, the quantum geometry of the spin networks prevents further collapse through a repulsive force. In some models, the core even bounces back as a white hole, which due to time dilation would still take billions of years to become visible. But this is all incredibly speculative and outside the scopes of the topic at hand. Let's now look at our second more popular candidate, the string theory. What if every elementary particle is actually an excitation of tiny one-dimensional strings, about the size of the Planck length? One vibration means an electron, another means a quark, yet another is a photon, just like guitar strings making different sounds. That's very elegant because classical point-like particles often give us infinities in quantum gravity calculations. Infinities make physicists very unhappy. Meanwhile, strings spread out their interactions over a finite length, thus avoiding these infinities. That makes physicists very happy. It's also how they deal with black hole singularities. There are no more infinitely dense points which stars can collapse into. There are instead strings and branes that smooth out the core collapse, forming what is known as a fuzzball within the event horizon. No more empty interiors. Oh, and another cool prediction of string theory, specifically the M-theory framework, is that it implies the existence of 11 spatial microscopic dimensions, and Planck-level wormholes, and 11-dimensional cats. But we digress. So far we've established that in physics there is a limit to the size of things that can ever be observed, specifically the Planck length, at about 10 to the power of minus 35 meters. Nothing should ever go beyond that point. Except if you look at black holes or the Big Bang. Why is it when something happens in cosmology, it is always those two? Let's take black holes. You likely already know Hawking radiation. For a very simple visualization, a virtual particle spawns in the event horizon, and due to the extreme gravity, splits in two, with one particle escaping and the other falling into the hole, thus consuming some of its energy. That's how black holes die. But let's take a look at the escaping virtual particle, let's say a photon with a wavelength of a micrometer. If we start rewinding time backwards, and look at the escaping particle, we'll notice that its wavelength gets shorter and shorter the more it approaches the event horizon, because of the extreme gravity. In fact, this increase in frequency is exponential. The closer we get to the event horizon, the smaller the wavelength becomes, and eventually, it reaches the Planck length. The big problem, however, is that nothing in our physics stops the wavelength from being blue shifted even more, so it continues to ridiculous values the closer we get to time zero. What that means is that such interactions could be affected by physics at a level much smaller than we can ever hope to observe. That is not very cool if you want to understand the fundamental workings of reality. But now let's take a look at the beginning of everything. During the Big Bang, the Planck scale quantum fluctuations started expanding at astronomical speeds in ultra-short amounts of time due to exponential inflation. In just 10 to the power of minus 30 seconds, space-time the size of an electron became the size of our solar system. The mammalian brain cannot appreciate that speed of growth, so take it from me, that's fast. If we today look at the cosmic background radiation, we will actually see the primordial quantum fluctuation patterns. The differences in energy density of quantum ripples were magnified into what are now galaxy clusters and cosmic billions. So everything around you is a direct result of some tiny Planck scale fluctuation at the moment of the Big Bang. The issue is, just like with the virtual particle being tracked back to the event horizon, if we track back the quantum fluctuation to the point zero of the Big Bang, we asymptotically get closer and closer to sizes much smaller than the Planck scale. Again, that implies that the whole world we see today was initially affected by physics at a level much smaller than what we can hope to measure. Again, very uncool. We think physics has a minimum length. We also have calculations that result in distances abstractly smaller than that minimum length. Do we ditch either of them? Researchers don't know. That's why they are called transplanckian problems. If they weren't problems, I wouldn't be milking them for YouTube views. One attempt at explanation is the transplanckian censorship conjecture, which claims that whatever happens at subplanckian sizes stays at subplanckian sizes, and doesn't get stretched into observable physics. But that's a conjecture. Many believe that these results come from us applying our classical theories at scales beyond which they can describe. Once we finally prove string theory or loop quantum gravity in hopefully the next couple of centuries, the transplanckian problems will disappear, together with most black hole-related issues. But at the moment, there is no clear end in sight. But isn't all this mystery the beauty of it? We can't always be right, can we?
No, you are all left.
The transplanckian conjecture, loop quantum gravity, spin foam, hypersurface, the fundamental layer of reality is as fascinating as it is confusing, especially for the majority of us without specialized education in quantum mechanics. Yet the ideal first step for any such intellectual endeavor is to build up a foundation in scientific thinking, such as through the course provided by Brilliant. What I love about it is that you start by solving some simple interactive puzzles that then ease you into the scientific concepts behind them in an efficient yet fun manner. Excel in math, coding, and science with step-by-step interactive lessons and personalized practice. The courses are built by educators from places like MIT and Harvard, but they're designed to be approachable for anyone, whether you're a biological mortal or a Terminator with silicon chips. And most importantly, it never feels like traditional studying. You're not passively watching or memorizing, you're actively solving, experimenting, and getting instant feedback. To try everything free for 30 days, go to brilliant.org/sciencefile or scan the QR code on screen. And ScienceFile viewers get 20% off the annual premium subscription with unlimited access to all courses. Don't miss out on upgrading your brain, whether it is made of biological or artificial neurons.
What? Oh my god. Oh. Hello. Oh my god. do not understand fall damage in this game. Manda. Okay. ¿Ya vamos a sacar el puente? Ok. ¿Pero son? ¿Dónde? Ok. Ok. My mom needs help sending an email, and then I'm gonna go have to drop her off at the bridge.
So cool. If it does, it's been dried for a while, and it was very little. What? Huh? Where? Crazy for going outside and eating all last.
We ain't gonna be around you, Dad. You're not out there.
I die? I do have 0 runes. No. Hmm. fuck is that? Oh. Oh, lovely. Grace? Oh, there's no grace. Chingada madre. Are you serious, dude?
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your arms. ready, no matter.
Pleasure to see. Thank goodness you're safe. I'm still. It's not easy, but you're telling me I possess. I don't believe. If I do have this, I suppose I should. I'll ask Matt. Certainly, he does appear, and I know he's trapped. I can tell. If I do, I suppose I'll ask Matt.
What is it? The map indicates it will lead you to...
I've decided I'm off in search. We may not need to get if there's any. Back already, no matter. The girl. Are you out to stay absurd? I refuse. I don't doubt you, but
If I do, I suppose I'll ask my...
back already, no matter. Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arm. I spoke with the girl. She has a gift, so I told her I'm indebted. It was all I could do. Sorry, I doubt.
Good to see you again. I have you to thank. I can happily announce I'm as yet unsure. If I might be able, and if there's any chance to ease the stuff, well, I certainly... Roderica, the spirit... I'd like to ask you, can you take this look? They can't be summoned here, but the spirit will be glad of your... I need to warn you, a little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the round table. And I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear. A plethora of spirit. I can't even imagine. Not even the grafting call. You should keep your... I know you're... can hear it from across the wind, the howling, and you should keep your distance. I know you.
Oh. There- Hell. Hey boy.
Drive safe. Come on. Come here. Come on. Get in. Get in. Hey, lightning. I'm gonna teach you. Hey, no. Come over. Come on. Oh. Que tengan buen fin de semana.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Samus? Get down. What's your deal?
Hey! Quit your shit. All that shit that you're doing, quit it. You hear me? Hey, did you hear me? Hey, what? What? Hello. Huh? Yeah. 3061. Right. Fuck you, bitch. Whew. finally do this since you don't have your cam on. I love you, Fat Boy.
Well, I took you for no matter. Lay out your arms then.
Hobo. Zelda, what is this? What's going on? What is your dealio?
ourselves.
Oh, apply Angari. I'd hoped to ask a strapping young tarnish. Don't fret. Should you I will teach you the secret of Celia, the town you see. Ah, then I need your help to heal. Her name is Millicent, resting at the church atop the cliff. The rotting sickness. When the Erd Tree flourished, even the demigods, but Millicent's suffer for this. You are to find seek the deep scarlet swamp of Aeonia outside the needle made from unalloyed. First, you must find it's hidden somewhere. Then I will secret.
Alright, time to become Chibi Cloud again. I did it. Bibbidi bobbidi boobidi bobbidi.
Oh god. Oh.
Ah.
Well, it matters not. My flesh, it is a curse.
big ass dragon. Am I really gonna fight that? Oh my god. I'm moving. For cross damage.
Ganda. Fucking hilarious.
What?
Everybody else is worth $100,000, like a bounty on their heads, and Aerith, after she hears that she's worth $500,000, she's like, oh! Like she takes it as a compliment. I guess we had.
Huh?
I guess we had the same idea.
What? Oh.
You made yourself a pizza.
Yeah, I wasn't done.
Have I lost my mind? Maybe. Yeah. Yes, I will pose for you.
Sweet.
Fat Chocobo. Ooh, he has 5. Or 2. I can get rid of that one.
that up. Or somebody joined Discord. David. I don't know what that is. There it is, David.
A wild David has joined the chat.
David.
David! David! How art thou, David?
It's impossible, David.
How art thou doing, my friend?
How doing.
I feel that. And we're doing our best.
How do I?
You will not avenge your brother. I will not give you the chance.
Oh, you have to buy it.
Okay, what the fuck?
I lose that one, it's fine because I can get it back with that one. And then he completely loses out on that entire target. Okay, let's do that. Dirty, rotten. Oh no. Here you go. Take that back. Feel the wrath of my fat chocobo. I win. I can't wait to get to the harder matches later.
who are you and what have you done with my boyfriend?
You see, that's kind of why I said I kind of wanted to play Halo. Because I don't know, that slight difficulty itch was there.
I literally just updated Halo. So I felt like playing with you.
It was
a sign.
I just had like a random itch. I don't know what to tell you.
It's a sign. I was just looking at it like, legendary campaign looks fun right now.
It sucks that you can't play more than 2 in Halo 2.
That's stupid. That's stupid. Where are these King's Blood players? There they are. Or Queen's Blood. Kind of fuck up this guy. Take her ship apart. This time, bitch. Yay, I win. I feel that rush of dopamine.
Oh, when are we gonna do the Calamity on Terraria?
Good question.
I want to hop into one of those games as soon as my break starts. Or
that will like piss us off and be like, damn it.
Why don't we start on? Well, why don't we start tomorrow?
Start tomorrow.
It'll be to either celebrate or to make me feel better after my test.
Yay!
Hopefully to make me feel. Hopefully to celebrate. That's what I'm aiming for. This section doesn't seem too difficult. It's just gene coding and it's not too hard. But I also don't want to get too comfortable.
You can do it!
And I will do it. I have no choice.
What's another game that we have that can put like on really hard settings? Pretty cool.
Okay, at least he cannot take that space.
Oh yeah, I still have to learn Project Zomboid.
Dude, that game is...
That's a game I still need to at least learn how to walk.
That game is so addictive. Like, well, for me, I enjoy the modern version so much more. It's just because like the fights are so much easier for me. That's a game where I don't crave difficulty, I crave more just being able to build. Fuck, I lost.
More loot. That's what Pablo says.
More loot.
More loot.
No more space for you!
Farming and farming, farming and farming. Normally I don't really like grinding in these games, but considering how much bullshit this game has hit me with, how many rooms I lost.
You have to grind a little bit more?
Yeah, just like a few minutes ago, I barely recovered the 50k I lost earlier.
That's a lot. That's a lot of fun.
And that's just the one time. I've lost like 20k like 3 times.
Can you imagine how many levels you'd be up right now?
Yeah, I don't even want to think about it.
All the dogs are inside, right?
I think so. There weren't any when I got home.
Hey Google, set a timer for 16 minutes. Thank you, Zachary Quinto. Little kid talking to dolphins.
It's a little shop of horrors.
Dude, I have not seen that movie in forever.
Feed me, Seymour. Now say
Dude, that dentist part, watching that as a kid, it scared the fuck out of me. That's what made me hate dentists.
Wow.
I don't know why, it's just seeing Steve Martin just being this evil fucking dentist, I was like, no, why? Stop that, Steve Martin.
Oh god, I don't remember how to play. I already died. Nice. New record, 5 seconds.
Not about to miss anything. Trying to get everything I can find. Because there's one thing that I know for sure is going to be a pain in my fucking ass. And it's getting that whole collection for Johnny. Because la gente está muy loca. It's a fun. Was not in me. Can you run any faster indoors? Let's go. Yuffie! Oh, she's all dead. Pareto. Corrió Pareto. bitch, get back here. I'm going to fuck you up.
Anybody want to go outside?
Boom.
Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room.
I'm literally in your room right now. Hey, my little boy. Oh, I heard little boy. Hi. Hi, Papa. Nice work, Mario. Mr. Dolphin, can you help me swim faster, man? Like, what the hell? Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, turn around.
I was gonna go to Dad in the kitchen.
Hey, come here. Come here.
But Dad's in the
boy. Thank you for listening. Good boy, Bobo. What a good little Yoshayas. What a good Shayas. Thank you for listening.
So most of your life, all of you, mostly all of your baby life, then live in interest.
Boom, boom, boom.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And I do my boom busters every day. Squeeze through.
Then I let loose.
8x3.
Watch my Fanny. Make room for Fanny.
Fanny.
Fanny coming through. We really have to shut that reactor down.
What about the last nerve?
No. No. This would be the Super Galactic Rangers.
Boom, boom, boom.
La la la. Later.
Bleed. What you with crafting? Movement speed or crafting? Weirdo.
Thank you, Mr. Spiky Hairman.
What about the Delta Northwood?
Hey Google, how much time left on the timer? And again. Do we attack into the Arab?
It's weird. Weird too. Why does all this sound weird? I mean, you could just say the Dream Team. Yara? With that Space Jam. The Monstars!
Did I just hear the name Liara?
No, it was Kiara.
Oh.
He's some bitch apparently. Guy touching.
So we hate Liara. I mean Kiara. Jeez.
Do what I want.
Whatever. I do what I want.
What's your finger? Why are you doing anything?
Hey Google, stop.
I don't know, but I kind of feel like he's a bitch. This weird feeling. See ya.
5, 4.
Huh? Fill my water.
Order? Did you say order?
Huh?
Did you say order?
Refilling my water.
Oh.
Ugh.
Get away from that thing.
X-Men. She's a super freak. Super freak.
Oh my god, thank you.
The Mongolian what? Oh. Oh. God, that sounds weird.
Hui.
Why not? Maybe.
I literally said over to the table. Over to
Okay. I Uga and I need food. I hungry Uga. Where is all the meat?
Arby's. They have
Come back. Let me eat you. Why are you running so fast? This is not good. I'm not killing anyone. Better, but no. That sounds even better. No, no, not getting worse. No. Curator. No.
Are you serious? I saw you just as you were doing that, dude.
What are you doing?
He was about to mark. Or I think he did, actually.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel.
Oh, bah.
I'm Jackie, aka Hoodwinkler. Today we are...
I didn't hear you.
Need a video to watch.
Quiet Storm Unit?
You know what? You want something like funny, ridiculous?
No.
No.
Oh.
What?
No.
I was gonna say, try
That sounds
out
better.
most popular girls in school.
You've already...
Oh, it sounds better.
Yeah, I did. I watched like first season.
The Uga has food.
In the almost 25-year history of competitive Super Smash Bros. Melee, there has only been one Ice Climbers player to ever win a major tournament. That was Chudat at Pound 2 in 2007. That's not like a quirky, fun trivia fact, it's just like a generational drought. Over the last 2 decades, we have had the entire Five Gods era, the rise and fall of wobbling, the global pandemic, the Slippy Renaissance, all of modern Melee, and in that entire span of time, no other Ice Climbers player has ever stood at the top of a major bracket since. But today, I want to talk about a one-day tournament that produced some of the craziest matches I've seen in a very long time, including a grand finals that I think we should be talking about for a while. Thank you to Marvel Contest of Champions, who has paid to be mentioned in today's video. Marvel Contest of Champions is an arcade-style fighting game on mobile and PC with over 350 champions from across the Marvel universe. The controls are pretty easy to pick up, but there is real depth to the combat. Precise dodges, timed attacks, RPG mechanics layered right on top. It's not just button mashing, there's some actual real fighting game crossover here, which obviously on my channel I like that a lot. You can play it solo through Epic Quest or join an alliance and get into the alliance wars with friends, which is where things get really competitive. Oh yeah, the game's also completely free to play, so there's really no reason to not try it. Right now they're actually running a time-limited heavy hitters bundle. You get 10 champions for free, which includes Hercules, The Thing, that's my goat, Shang-Chi, and Iron Fist, but it's only available until May 6th. Even if you miss out on the bundle, the game has a bunch of my favorite heroes though, like Deadpool. If you're interested, you can download the game using my link in the description or scan the QR code right here to claim it yourself. Thanks again to Marvel Contest of Champions for supporting the channel, and I hope you enjoy today's video. Okay, so let's just get a quick recap out of the way. It is March 28th, 2026, and we are at Out of the Blue 5, a one-day tournament in Chicago with 256 entrants. This is certainly not the biggest tournament of the year by numbers, but the talent pool was stacked in a way that the bracket size didn't really communicate. To rattle off a few, Zane, Hungrybox, Jmook, Moki, and Joshman, who are all players who have been ranked top 5 or higher in the last couple of years, were all here. Zane was probably the most expected winner for this despite having a pretty rocky start to the year. He was seeded first as well, and he was even a part of probably what will be considered the set of 2026, which I'll get to in a minute, but he ended up at 5th place at this tournament. Moki, the most recent first-time major winner, got 4th, Jmook 9th, Joshman 7th, and Hungrybox 3rd. By nearly all metrics, the seeding at this tournament got absolutely obliterated. When the dust had settled, there were two rather unexpected players standing in grand finals. The first was Wizrobe, a Captain Falcon player who made history in 2019 as the first Captain Falcon player in almost 15 years to win a major tournament. He followed that history up a couple years after that with another win at Mainstage 2021, built himself an incredible resume over the next few years with an average ranking of around 10, and then made his way back inside the top 10 at the end of 2025, but he hasn't won another major tournament since. The other player in the equation was Slug, an Ice Climbers player who completely disappeared from Melee in 2022 after getting ranked top 10, and returned in 2025 to wrap up the year at global rank 27. Slug, in my opinion, was a big what-if in Melee in 2022. He showed that the character could still hang at the top level in a post-wobbling metagame, and that number 10 ranking was the first time an Ice Climbers player had made it into the top 10 on a full-year ranking since Wobbles did it in 2013. So we had a Captain Falcon and an Ice Climbers in Grand Finals. For reference, the last time a Falcon had even appeared in Grands was Wizrobe again at Riptide 2023. To peel back that curtain even further, Ice Climbers hadn't seen a top 2 placement since Chudat at DreamHack Austin in 2017. This was a pretty insane character matchup to have in grand finals of a one-day major, and it further cemented my belief that Melee is almost never done surprising us. For even more reference, across all tournaments listed as majors in 2025, there were only 5 unique characters represented in grand finals. Fox and Marth from the as expected Cody Schwab and Zane, Jigglypuff 3 times from Hungrybox, Sheik once from Jmook, and Peach once from Triff. In only 2 events in the 2026 calendar year, we have gotten 4 unique characters. That is just wild. So as most tournaments go, the early stages of bracket mostly went according to script. Your expected names handled their business and moved on. But I would say the real chaos started just outside of top 8. It all started when Slug beat Jmook 3-1, which set up a 1-2 punch of Jmook into Crudo, which took him out of the tournament at 9th. On the other side, Wizrobe beat out Aklo 3-1, then Joshman 3-1, setting up a top 8 match between him and Zane. See, I told you I'd get there. Like I said earlier, this already goes down as one of the best sets of the year, and looking at the scoreboard simply does not tell the whole story. Wizzy took a commanding game 1 with a 3-stock, Zane clapped back with 2 of his own to bring it to set point, and an absolute nail-biter game 4 with Zane throwing away his final stock forced a decisive game 5. And I'll just say it, this is where shit got real, because at first it looked like that small mistake from Zane was going to blow up in his face. Wizzy went up 4 stocks to 1 in the first minute and a half of game 5. By nearly all metrics, this set was over, but Zane kept fighting and fighting and fighting. Just like that, it somehow became last stock. Game 5, both players at high percent, genuinely anybody set to take. Zane gets what looks like one of the last meaningful hits off stage, and he follows Wizzy down in a similar way to game 4. But an immediate up air smacks Zane into the stage, no tech, and the set is over. Wizrub wins 3-2. You can even see on the final screen that Wizrub is way too far away to be able to recover from that distance. The up air was a pure gamble, and it was pure cinema.
That's Brandon. Brandon's good at it. Brandon. He needs help making a team name. Well, it's a call center for a college. For reference, the other team is probably the best.
So with that win, Wizrub was sitting pretty in winners finals, but on the other side of the bracket, Slug was still making his moves too. He beat Moki in another extremely close 3-2 to find his seat with Wizzy in winners finals, a historic Falcon Ices matchup where both players were guaranteed a podium placement. Now with Zane and Moki in the losers bracket, it was turning into a demolition derby. But somehow, all things chaos find its home with this man. Also, hi, if you're enjoying this so far and you haven't subscribed yet, now would be a great time to consider it. It's pretty tough for me to get these recaps out quickly because I usually want to write and edit them myself, and I'm still trying to keep up with weekly uploads to, you know, like feed the YouTube machine or whatever. But I think all of my videos are kind of a labor of love, so if you want to support the channel and help me keep making these, it's free to subscribe. You can always take it back if you don't think my channel's worth it, but just know I appreciate you even considering it in the first place. Also have a really special project planned for 200k subscribers, so hopefully we can get there soon. Okay, shill's over. Thank you. Bye. Let's put the HBox stream back on. I need a transition. Go. All right. So after the Moki loss, HBox's losers bracket started with a real close game 5 versus Aklo, but then the demon arrived, Zane. Now, normally I would say Zane falling to the losers bracket is either really good or really bad for Hungrybox. It's really good if HBox is still in winners because it gives him a more clear path towards grand finals, and it's really bad if he's not because they'll have to play before grand finals. It should be pretty obvious. Also, Zane's kind of been shitting on him lately. I want to slow down on this set for a second though, because this player matchup has just become absolutely fascinating to me over the years. I talked about this in an older video, but the general story arc for these two goes kind of like this. For years, Zane had this matchup on lock, just straight up. He had an almost 3-year-long winning streak against Hungrybox, starting near the end of 2022 and lasting all the way until mid-2025, where HBox finally broke the streak at Full House 2025. Prior to the Zane domination, Hungrybox was considered so good at this matchup that he had only lost to one other Mark player over the last like 8 years, which was PewPew at Apex 2015. But what really made this interesting to me was that in that 3-year stretch of Zane winning, their sets were almost always 3-0s or 3-2s. This time it wasn't a 3-0 or a 3-2. A 3-1 victory over 2025's Global Rank 1 knocked Zane out at 5th place, and Hungrybox proceeded to rampage his way into a 3rd place podium following another close set versus Wizzy. I'm not going to go deep into the minutia of how Hungrybox won this set, since I kind of already did that in the Full House video last year, and I did a like several hour stream analysis of his first to 50 match versus Zane, and I would definitely make another video breaking all of this down if you guys wanted that, but I would say getting another win on Zane is already worth its weight in gold. Add out of the blue though, I think Hungrybox was only the B plot.
Perfectly spaced bear. And
oh my god.
JV3 to end it 3-1.
Hates it. Zane is out of the tournament at 5th in what many were calling like the best bracket he could have had. He bows out at a 5th place, and for the first time in absolute history, the first seed has not won the tournament.
Yeah, and that fun fact became a lot more fun now, although it's not a fact. But we're having fun up here.
The A plot at this tournament was Slug. And I really want to reiterate the weight of this because I think to a Melee casual, you may not realize how truly insane it is to see an Ice Climbers in Grand Finals. Like I said in the intro, the last time an Ices player won a major was 2007 when Chudat won Pound 2. Since then, the single best placements the character has ever had were these. Wobble's second place at EVO 2013, Fly Amanita's second place at Press Start, Chudat's second place at DreamHack Austin 2017, Slug's fourth place at Double Down, the Ludwig Smash Invitational, and Main Stage all in 2022, and Nikki's third place at Dome Park on the Grass in 2024 and Nouns Bowl in 2025. These are all excellent individual placements to be making with a character some probably considered dead to the meta since the wobbling ban, but to see an Ice Climbers in grand finals of a major tournament, even if it was only a one-day event, is something that has just not happened in almost 10 years. For people who weren't following the scene in 2022, Slug had a breakout year where he cracked the top 10, took sets off of players like Zane, Mango, Moki, and Jmook, and looked like he might be the player to finally break through for Ice Climbers. But then, like the Avatar, he vanished, only showing up to a few sporadic events in 2023 and 2024, but never enough to qualify him for rankings based on attendance. Now it really seems like he's back, playing the best Melee of his career, and it is showing with this bracket positioning. And it wasn't like his bracket to get here was easy either. Jmook, Ossify, Moki, and Wizrobe are all very different opponents, each representing different characters, and all players who have been ranked quite high in the last couple of years. On the other side of this A-plot, though, was Wizrobe, one of only 2 Captain Falcon players to ever win a major, the other being Isaiah back in 2005. This would be a longer major winning drought than that of Chudat's Ice Climbers, except Wizrobe himself broke the curse at Smash and Splash 5 in 2019, and then did it again at Main Stage 2021, all while being a rather consistent top 10 player in the world for years. He's been close in recent memory, but that gold medal has evaded him ever since those wins. At Out of the Blue, Wizzy beat Zane, lost to Slug, then fought back through Hungrybox to earn that Grand Finals rematch. That Losers Finals against HBox went 3-2, which, after everything HBox had done in his Losers run, was probably a statement on its own. So here we are. As someone who loves seeing history in the making, there was a lot on the line for both of these players. The first major win for Ice Climbers in almost 20 years versus a player chasing his third career major after a number of close calls. Slug had the winner's side advantage, meaning Wizrobe needed to win 2 best-of-5 sets in order to take the entire tournament. These two, like I said, already played in winners finals where Slug won 3-2, so he had the momentum, the bracket advantage, and history all within reach. The first set went the distance, a true back-and-forth seesaw. Wizrobe game 1, Slug game 2, Wizrobe game 3, reset point, Slug takes game 4. A more convincing game 5 charged the crowd with energy and swung all of that momentum back towards Wizrobe. Set 2 begins and Slug is completely unfazed. It was another last stock battle as the majority of the games these two played against each other were, but he sets the tone with this one. 2 more games until Ice Climbers history. Wizzy evens the set with a dominant 3 stock, swinging the historical implications right back his way. Slug takes game 3, and the whispers become louder. Is it really happening? Is an Ice Climbers player really going to win a major for the first time since 2007? All while the 4th game of the reset is unfolding, another storyline had quietly cracked itself open. A win for Slug would be a win for Ice Climbers history, sure, but we were also one single game away from going the distance again, and this matters for a pretty big reason. In the complete 25-year-plus history of Super Smash Bros. Melee, a major grand finals has only reached the game 10 limit 10 times. This is obviously a bit of a loaded statistic, as the definition for what qualifies as a major tournament has changed over the years, and some events have valid arguments to be retroactively considered major level, but still, that's crazy. But perhaps even more rare was that when Wizrobe won this game 4 and forced yet another game 5 to decide the tournament, he entered both himself and Slug into the history books as the second time in recorded history that a game 15 grand finals has happened in competitive Melee. For posterity, this is also exactly what it sounds like when the players meeting in grand finals also played a full game 5 set on the winner's side, and the last and only time this had happened was at Royal Flush in 2017, where Armada and Mango went the distance in winners, then twice more in grands. To escalate the drama, much like his set versus Zane, Wizrobe took a commanding lead a couple minutes in, up 3 stocks to 1. This, for all intents and purposes, is a pretty doomed position for Slug, until grab after grab finds him. And somehow, it all comes down to the final stock of the final possible Game 15, in one of the highest historical stakes matches in modern Melee. Welcome to a moment in history.
Could see another. A knee could seal it. Near the corner. I think we're going last stop. I think we're going to the final stop. He's got it. He has to execute here. He's dropped a couple. He's not going to drop this one. That's it. He doesn't. Last stop. Game 15. Now we are at one more stop.
Oh,
he's gone.
Maybe you should have been more specific.
Wizzy gets a knee. The first Chicago major. It goes to Wizrobe in a game 15.
With this win, Wizrobe earned his third ever major victory.
International
The greatest
academics.
Captain Falcon added yet another trophy to a career that has quietly become one of the most impressive displays of a character we've ever seen in Melee. And Slug finishes second, the highest major placement for a post-wobbling ban
it's
Ice
like a
Climbers
title.
player ever. The
Jazz
closest
College,
anyone
where
has
you go
ever
to
come
get
to
through.
ending that drought since Chudat's DreamHack Austin in 2017. Now, this certainly wasn't the ending the Ice Climbers faithful were hoping for, but a Game 15, that moment going down in history, is not a loss you should hang your head over. And I keep coming back to this idea in my videos that the reason we watch Melee isn't because we know what's going to happen, but rather because we don't. I don't think anyone could have predicted that a one-day tournament would have been jam-packed with this much. The number one player in the world went out at 5th place. Hungrybox beat Zane again. An Ice Climbers player made grand finals from the winner's side, and somehow, at the end of it all, a Captain Falcon player won the whole damn thing in a last stock Game 15. Out of the Blue 5 was far from the biggest tournament of the year. It was a capped-out 256-player event on a sunny Saturday in Chicago. But as we all know by now, the best Melee happens when you're not expecting it, when no one's watching. But this weekend, I think all of us were. I think Wizrobe has easily built a legacy for himself as the best Captain Falcon player to ever do it. And as for Slug, if he sticks it out for a full ranking season, I believe he'll get his moment too. Thanks for watching. Hey, thanks so much for watching. I want to do a deeper dive on current meta Ice Climbers at some point because I think that'd be an interesting story to tell, and I couldn't fit everything in here.
That was close.
Indicate, you say? That sounds like you're gonna invite a bunch of people to become vampires.
Would you like to join the Indigo? Oh no! Damn it! I was so close!
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
What happens when two of the greatest Super Smash Bros. Melee players push each other to the absolute limit?
Should I stay or
Today,
should I
we're diving
go?
into the rarest and most electrifying moments in Melee history. The matches that
Ain't it,
define
bro?
legacies, the legendary Game 10
Oh.
Grand Finals. This is Game 10, the complete history of when Melee went the distance.
Call it America.
The year is 2004. Just imagine for a second you got all the greatest hits of
Freedom.
the year blasting in your Toyota Corolla, like Yeah by
My
Usher
movie's called
featuring Lil Jon
Freedom.
and Ludacris, Burn by Usher, or Confessions
ask
Part
Freedom
2
Fighters.
by Usher. On the Billboard year-end Hot 100 singles of 2004
Freedom
for video
Riders?
games, though, there are two games on the headlines at MLG New York.
Just freedom.
Halo Combat Evolved and Super Smash Bros. Melee. The then king of Smash, Ken, ended up meeting up with his doubles partner as well as the actual best player in the world when he tries, Isaiah, in Grand Finals. Up until this point, Ken was 3-1
Why don't you
over
just
Isaiah
call your
in
team
sets
HR?
and generally seemed to get
They're
the
like,
better
"We're gonna
of
take
him
it to
as
HR.
Isaiah would tend
You're
to
already
flame out,
here."
especially in singles. But for whatever reason, this event was different. The fire was still burning fiercely for Isaiah, at least in games 1 and 2, where he pretty convincingly won over the king of Smash. Although Ken woke up and brought the set to a decisive Game 5, Isaiah was able to pull together on his counterpick to reset the bracket.
Don't worry, Sam will be
In the
just
second set, though, Isaiah wouldn't exactly maintain that same momentum, dropping the first game but barely
Take care of
scraping
Sam.
by with 2 more to force a tournament point.
Where
With a
did
dominating free stock, Ken would make it clear to everyone why he was considered the best player in the world at that time on Game 9, and for the first time ever, Game 10 was upon us. Isaiah put up an admirable fight, but he just couldn't stand up to Ken in that second set, perhaps unceremoniously falling to a pair of down tilts from the King of Smash to bring home Melee's very first Game 10 victory alongside a cool $2,000. In the last major event of 2004, Ken put to bed any doubts that he wasn't the best player in the world at that time. He of course left his mark on the scene as one of the best to ever do it, but he and Isaiah also got to leave their mark on a small, niche piece of Melee history as well by giving us the first time Melee ever went the distance.
How did this little dog go? Excuse me?
Surprisingly, it took nearly a decade for the next Game 10 to happen at a major tournament, which brings us over to the Dirty Jers. On May 27, 2012, Zenith Grand Finals brought together two of Melee's illustrious 5 gods. PPMD, at the time known as Dr. PP, and Mewtwo King, at the time known as Mewtwo King. This was during the era of Clash Tournament streaming a bunch of events, by the way, and Zenith Grand Finals still holds up as one of the best Grand Final sets out there, as it was two complete titans of the game duking it out for as long as a match would allow. Even on the 2012 Retro rank, these two were very close, Dr. PP at rank 2 and M2K at rank 5. PPMD having lost to Mewtwo King in an earlier set meant he had entered Grand Finals from the loser's bracket, meaning he would need to win 2 sets against Mewtwo King to take the tournament, while Mewtwo King only needed to win once. As you can probably imagine, the first set of course went 5 games going PPMD's way, but despite this being an extremely high-level set, it had a bit of emotion and rules controversy surrounding it. You see, PPMD had taken a handful of losses recently, mostly to other so-called gods of the game, but also one to Hobby, an up-and-coming Mexican Fox player who held his controller really weird.
Look at his hands, I mean.
Oh. Oh my god! What is happening?
Because of this, people were starting to question the validity of his god status, and by the time Zenith came around, it was pretty clear the Tri-State crowd really didn't fuck with him at all. On top of all that, Mewtwo King is being really annoying. He was constantly asking him if he could go back to Final Destination, his favorite and best stage, as well as one that had become pretty much synonymous with his home turf at this point, despite the fact that Mewtwo King already won on this stage in the reset. The reason this matters, by the way, is because there's a rule in place called Dave's Stupid Rule, or DSR for short, that prevents players from gaining an unfair advantage by going back to the same stage they've already won on in a set. Final Destination is arguably the most notorious stage for this rule, because characters like Marth get such an extremely advantageous punish game versus space animals like Fox and Falco without any platforms to get in the way. There's a moment after Game 4 of the reset where you can see the players deliberating over going back to FD for a full minute before, perhaps out of spite, PPMD just lets him run it back for Game 10.
Indigo, yes,
Except this time, with everyone expecting Mewtwo King to cleanly take the tournament on his best stage, PPMD goes up 4 stocks to 1. And after a short breath hold where M2K made it competitive, our second Game 10 Grand ended with 2 sets going to PPMD. Plus, after all that emotion and build-up and being bothered to go back to FD, and after trudging through doubts and requests to play at a disadvantage, the pop-off from PPMD was just insane. This match also had the opportunity, by the way, for an even rarer occurrence of a Game 15, where the players meeting in Grand Finals also played a full 5-game set on the winner's side, but unfortunately their first set only went to Game 4. Oh well. Our next Game 10 Grands was one that Melee fans are probably pretty familiar with at this point. The legendary EVO 2016. And if you know, you know. If you don't, allow me to educate you. EVO 2016 is to this day the biggest Melee tournament of all time. The quality of players, the insane viewership, and the high-stakes Grand Finals make it one of the most memorable events in the game's history. In fact, I thought it was so good that I have it as an entry in my Melee's Greatest Hits series because there was a lot of background surrounding our Grand Finals representatives, which made this set a culmination of one of the most intense character counterpicking wars Melee has ever seen. You should definitely go watch that when you get a free minute, but to not completely rehash that video, sitting in EVO Grand Finals were 2 different gods from what we saw in Zenith. Armada, known as one of the greatest players of all time, and Hungrybox on his way to entering the conversation. A familiar rivalry, as well as a rematch of last year's EVO, Armada tore through the winner's bracket with his peak, while Hungrybox was on a rampage through the loser's bracket after being sent there by Fluff Sheep. Armada had the advantage. He only needed 1 set to win for his second straight EVO, while Hungrybox needed to beat him twice, which was a tall order for more reasons than one.
Jazz.
You see, despite having the most tournament wins of any Melee competitor ever, at that time, Hungrybox had a bit of a mental block when it came to losers runs. Prior to EVO 2016, HBox won 9 majors, with 7 of them happening safely on the winner's side. While he did win the other 2 from losers, HBox himself had acknowledged that in the past he was really struggling to put it all together for a tournament win if he ended up falling into the losers bracket. And this was part of the reason why he enlisted Crunch as his coach, by the way.
Just call your name.
Their first set was a
Could
war
be
of attrition, proof that these two had pushed defensive play as far as it could go for that time period, but far more electrifying than what was expected to transpire. In what could go down as one of the most important frames of history, HBox barely scrapes his way out of a Game 5 win from Armada and forces the second set with the rest around the world.
Could be it! To reset the bracket!
The crowd erupted, but there was more melee to play for. In the final set, the pressure only grew. Hungrybox wanting to silence.
Babe, how many dogs are outside? Oh. Huh? Go to the room.
Metal weapons. Right. Cusco. Trifecta. Fiber hide wood. Fiber hiding wood. Strong enough. That is a name.
You hit salmon.
You got HR.
Get down. Get down.
Could be the real ones. And then you can all stand up. Coco. Ooh, getting close to about that fan.
Oh shit.
Yep. Oh shit indeed.
I have been. Oh wait, I'm not petrified anymore. Fuck.
balance that mental block that he couldn't do it from losers, and Armada as surgical and precise as ever. The second Game 5 hit the Mandalay Bay stage, a cinematic Game 10, all going down to the final stock and a single edge guard to seal it. HBox hit the final back air, and Armada's Fox, the character he had been saving specifically for HBox, couldn't make it back. Hungrybox collapsed on stage in tears, finally claiming his first EVO title in the most poetic way at the biggest Melee tournament ever. It was emotional, it was dramatic, and it was one of the best sets of all time, a crowning moment in Melee's golden era. But would it surprise you to find out that there's more where that came from? Hey, quick vibe check. You guys doing alright? You got your little snacks all set up to watch this fun little video? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's all. Hope you're enjoying the video. Subscribe if you want to see more. Leave a comment with any of the snacks that you might be having. And if you really want to help me out, here's my Patreon. Alright, back to it. We'd only have to wait about a year before the next big Game 10 went down, and while Vegas themed like EVO, it brought us back to New Jersey, this time on May 14th, 2017, Mother's Day weekend in Atlantic City. With an experimental 7-minute timer that did absolutely nothing to advance the discussion of match length, Royal Flush brought together two of Melee's greatest rivals for a knockout grands, Mango versus Armada. And while yes, fans of the game were used to seeing these two duke it out at the Genesis Tournament Series, none of the first 4 installments featuring these two in Grands reached that coveted Game 10. Genesis 1 and 3 made it to 8 games, and the other 2 were single set wins from Armada on the winner's side. What remained consistent across Genesis 1 through 4 as well as Royal Flush, though, was that Mango was once again coming into Grands from the losers bracket. And this made a lot of sense. Armada had been nearly unbeatable in 2017. Well, I guess I should say he had been nearly unbeatable every year he was active, but he was just ranked as the #1 player in the world for the 2017 summer ranking, and in every single tournament he entered up until Royal Flush, he grabbed a gold medal. Mango, on the other hand, while still formidable in his own right, had a mixed bag of results leading up to Royal Flush, last winning at the Big House 6 about half a year prior. And oh yeah, that Big House 6 win, by the way, he won over Armada, and then Armada, like I said, went ahead and won every single tournament he entered after that. So that's not to say Mango's appearance on the loser's side was all that surprising. Mango had more or less established himself as a legend of losers runs, sometimes becoming more likely to win from the loser's bracket than he was from the winner's bracket. And this one was honestly no different. In front of a roaring New Jersey crowd, Mango flipped the script. He won the first set of Grands in 5 with a surprising Marth counterpick in Game 3. Then, in an almost identical set 2, where nearly everything, the stage order, who won each game, even the ending stock counts were almost the same, Mango did it. He stopped Armada's complete rampage over the competitive scene, handing him his first tournament loss in over 6 months. Including wins at GOML 2014, Press Start, and DreamHack Austin 2016, the Royal Flush win cemented the legend of Mother's Day Mango as well, as all of these tournaments were won by Mango over Mother's Day weekend, and it was an instant classic, a legendary battle of GOATs in one of Melee's most iconic rivalries. Hey, also, remember how in that Zenith 2012 set I talked about how it almost became the first Game 15? Well, Royal Flush was actually the first time, since Armada beat Mango in the winner's bracket in 5 games, and then they went to Game 10 in Grands. In fact, I think to this day it still holds up as the only time a Game 15 has ever happened at a major in Melee's history. In a set that was perhaps not as well known as its EVO 2016 counterpart, Game Tyrant Expo 2017 would deliver just as much hype, and of course another 10-round bout between Hungrybox and Armada. On October 1st, 2017 in Salt Lake City, Utah, with a massive $12,000 on the line for first, the rematch would go down. And okay, actually, can I just tangent for a minute? GTX 2017 was like a psyop. Back then I was actually a video editor for SFAT, and I remember putting together a vlog from the event for him that never went up. Which, by the way, you can comment if you want to see that, but I'll put some clips up here now anyway. But so many people were like, yo, we gotta hype this tournament up so it happens again next year. And I think it was probably because it was in fucking Utah and because it was a brand new event, but I remember this whole tournament cropping up like completely out of nowhere and having this massive $30,000 prize pool for Melee and for Wii U. Like, Why did Wii U have insane prize pools like that? I don't know. I just think it's kind of funny. No disrespect to GTX intended, but it's like, even your own wiki page is saying this stuff. It's not just my own opinion, man. Like, the internet is saying this. Come on. Anyway, if the most you got out of that was that my kind of intro into Melee videos was through editing for SFAT the Veggie Vlogger, then hey, that's good enough for me. But regardless of the fact that an EVO 2016 rematch was in order, at this point in time, things were starting to change. At the end of that year, HBox would end up usurping Armada as the best player in the world, thus beginning a 3-year-long reign, and that suggested a shift in the paradigm that was competitive Melee. The character's arms race between these two players had reached its final form as well. No more HBox or H-Falco or H-Ness, and no more Armada Young Link or trying to tough out the difficult Peach-Puff matchup. It was Hungrybox's Puff versus Armada's Fox. And throughout this set, HBox was a lot more loose, I guess. I think if you compare this set to EVO, it seemed like finally taking that big win lifted a huge weight off of his shoulders. Like the previous Royal Flush Grand Finals, though, this one was also 2 Game 5 sets that looked almost identical in nature. And of course it went down to a Game 10 last stock situation. But before it got to last stock, it looked like Armada had it completely locked down. He was absolutely styling on Hungrybox, even hitting an edge cancel illusion into up air to go up 3 stocks to 1. But slowly but surely, as HBox tends to do, he clawed his way back, and when all the chips were on the table, he hit an unreal SDI input to save him from a sure kill Fox up throw up air. Then, after just one correct read, Clutchbox activated and secured himself a cool 12 fans.
He gets the read, and he gets the And HBox! What? How is he so clutch? I don't know!
The $12,000 SDI input is honestly insane. I'll probably do a video covering that in the future, so let me know if you want to see that. But I think GTX 2017 is honestly pretty underrated for how great of a match it was. It really was basically EVO 2016 Part 2. But first, I want to thank Boot.dev, who is paid to be mentioned in today's video. Boot.dev is the place to go if you're interested in learning back-end web dev. They have a ton of RPG-styled elements in their courses, like XP, levels, achievements, quests, and leaderboards, all designed to help push their students towards a career in coding while having fun doing it. I use Boot.dev as a refresher for Python to remind me of that one time I made a really horrible RPG when I was in college. Turns out I didn't really need that at all to be a biomedical engineer or a YouTuber or a personal finance video producer, but it's cool that I learned it. To be honest though, coding is a pretty big time commitment, but the rewards are totally worth it if you're interested in a career in that field. A 2024 Stack Overflow survey found that the median salary for US backend developers was over $100K, which is pretty sweet. If you end up not liking it, Boot.dev offers a 30-day no questions asked refund policy. And even better, if you don't want to pay at all, there's a free demo of every single course they offer, and all of their content is free to read and watch in guest mode. So if you're interested in learning coding while also helping me out a bit, since sponsors, click the link in the description box and use my code TurnDownForWalt to get 25% off your first month or even your entire first year if you use the annual plan, which is honestly a pretty good deal. Thanks again to Boot.dev for supporting the channel, happy coding, and I hope you enjoyed today's video. Mewtwo King's second showing in a Game 10 Grands was a rematch against Armada, who is now on his fourth. And that's pretty crazy, by the way, because there have only been 6 Game 10s total so far in, history, and Armada's been in 4 of them? But anyway, over in Chantilly, Virginia, Super Smash Con 2018 was gearing up to be absolutely insane. Armada got hit with a pretty crazy glitch called the Frozen Turnip glitch in a pools match versus the Link player's save state, but what most fans of the game were anticipating was the heated Grand Finals battle between Armada and, someone else. You see, while Armada cleanly made his way into the winner's side of Grand Finals for what felt like the millionth time, Mewtwo King had gone down to Hungrybox, then had to claw his way back into Grands from losers by beating Amsa, QQU, and Hungrybox in the runback. This one is also in my Greatest Hits series, by the way, and 7 Nico just released a video talking about it too, which you should definitely go watch if you haven't already. But despite both this set and EVO 2016 making it to Game 10 and making it into my series, this one got on my list for a pretty different reason. At Super Smash Con 2018, these two legends met in what will become one of the last great chapters of their rivalry, and they didn't even really know it at the time. Once again, Armada came in as the favorite, and this one made a lot more sense. His record against Mewtwo King was one of the most lopsided lifetime set counts between two of the quote-unquote gods of the game, but M2K was getting closer that year. He won 2 sets against Armada to claim Smash 76, then lost on 2 separate occasions after that at Smash & Splash 4 and EVO 2018. But limited to what was strictly on the screen, and it was probably obvious that this was one of the greatest Melee sets ever. At that time, these were the 2 best players to ever touch these characters, players who had spent nearly a decade developing the matchup against each other, playing at the absolute peak of their abilities. So, you would think that given how I've teed up Mewtwo King's not-so-great record against Armada, and the fact that this is a video about Game 10 Grand Finals matches means that M2K completed the Cinderella run, topping off a beautiful story of perseverance and grit, but no. Armada was perhaps, unfortunately, inevitable. Despite the whole crowd being on M2K's side, despite completing the reset in a banger set 1, and despite bringing the second and final set as far as it would go, Armada was still Armada. Over 52 minutes into the match, Armada ended up winning the 10th and final game in a perhaps unceremonious way, with Mewtwo King missing a counter hit and falling into the bottom blast zone of Yoshi's story. This set would have been memorable no matter what though, but what felt like an abrupt retirement announcement from Armada etched it into history forever. SmashCon 2018 was one of those rare moments in Melee history where 2 rivals competed at arguably their strongest, and the following retirement from Armada meant it would literally never happen again. I gotta say, by the way, 2016 to 2018 was absolute peak for big tournament runs like these. We had 4 Game 10 Grands in this time span, alongside some insanely high-level play for that era. It was just awesome. So, in case you guys didn't know, I'm also a commentator for Brawlhalla. I think the game is actually really fun to watch, and it's been really hyped to be a caster in other games that, I don't know, have like a dev team and things like that. But the reason I'm saying this is that the event where our 7th Game 10 went down also happened to have one of Brawlhalla's most watched matches ever. Wow, look at that, over 2 million views now. That's actually pretty insane though, when you consider this was like half a decade ago. But anyway, on July 14th, 2019, Low Tier City 7 was happening in Arlington, Texas. And hey, look, speaking of games that have dev support, it's Project M. I'm sorry, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Where was I? Right, LTC 7 Grands. This one was between Hungrybox, a familiar face at this point, going up against one of the new age legends of the game, Zane. Zane had just taken his first major tournament about a year prior at Shine 2018, where he won over Hungrybox, but in all of 2019, a major victory seemed just out of reach for him. He did win another large-scale, not quite a major event called Come to Papa 3 over Hungrybox again, but the big question for Zane was all about when he'd be able to lift the big trophy for a second time. Problem is, HBox is also so bad, in arguably the peak of his career, and he just got upset by Albert, one of the literal only times in Melee history where HBox has lost a best-of-5 set to a solo Falco player. So, all things considered, signs were looking good for Zane to take another dub. He'd just beaten Mango in a close Game 5 set, then beat SFAT in an arguably scarier Game 5 set, and he made it to Grands on the winner's side. But HBox wasn't going to go down without a fight. He was, after all, the best player in the world at that time, about to be on his 3rd straight year of claiming the #1 spot, and he proved it here in what I consider, honestly, one of his best losers runs ever. See, HBox lost so remarkably early that the first match he had to play in losers was still a best-of-3. That's how early he went out, and that is not supposed to happen. He won a total of 7 sets in the losers bracket over Morse Code 762, None, Fiction, S2J, Albert in the Runback, Mango, and SFAT to make it all the way back to Grand Finals. Of course, you can kind of predict where I'm going with this, but Hungrybox did win the first set from losers to reset the bracket. What's crazy is that HBox even got 4-stocked by Zane in Game 3 of the first set, like it looked over. But to add on even more to the cinema that was this match, Set 2 went down to the very last stock of the very last game, and somehow Hungrybox did it.
Oh no! Wow!
Wrong way, I don't believe it. Of all the ways for the tournament to end.
And HBox with a huge losers run! Going the entire way from losers in this top 8!
To me, this is a bit of a sleeper pick for one of the best losers runs out there. Like I said in the EVO 2016 entry, HBox at the time wasn't particularly well known for extended losers runs like these, but to play through a marathon number of matches only to then have to play in a Game 10 Grands from an opponent pushing you to your limits, that's freaking rad. Okay, so this one is actually one of my favorite sets of all time. It is just insanely good from top to bottom, and the way this Game 10 was set up is just pure cinema. We're over in Detroit, Michigan on October 6, 2019 for the Big House 9, a tournament series that was typically considered a fitting bookend for the end of year ranking season, and it is going off. Mewtwo made a return to Melee after a brief hiatus from the game, making this his first entry since Genesis 6, and he ended up beating Hungrybox in a banger set. Zane beat Mewtwo for the first time ever, which is kind of weird to think about in modern Melee since that's like a generational matchup, and I was there. So some quick Walt lore. I was the chief marketing officer for the Big House 10 and 11, so I ran practically all of the photo, video, and just general media efforts you might have seen during those tournaments. But how I ended up getting that job was because I was a media guy at my first major, the Big House 8, and then I got to run it back again at the Big House 9. Look, there I am with my little gimbal. So cute. But anyway, that's part of the reason I like this set so much. I have a lot of personal history with this series, and I really believe it helped me learn a ton about media and how to bring those lessons back into my channel, which is in part why I'm still making videos about Melee to this day, and now I'm rambling and I don't want to get emotional, but you get it. But let's get back to the set at hand. Grand Finals, the new generation, Zane up against the old school god, Mango. Zane's path here has been relatively straightforward. He had a close run-in with Ginger that went 5 games, but otherwise it's been pretty much smooth sailing to sit in Grands. Mango's bracket, on the other hand, has been anything but smooth. He got 3-0'd by Leppin, then had to battle his way through Hungrybox, and back-to-back Game 5s against Fiction and Leppin again to make it into Grands on the loser's side. This wasn't all that uncommon a situation for Mango to be in, though. As we already discussed in the World of Flush entry, Mango was pretty comfortable making these runs from the loser's bracket. In fact, it almost felt like he played better from that position. Set 1 was already a banger, going down to final stock with Mango resetting the bracket, but it only got crazier from there. After another 4 games and an absolutely absurd Randall save in Game 9 that almost ended it right there, Game 10 was upon us. And as the 2 players loaded into Pokemon Stadium, the stream crashed. People near the stage ended up live commentating and relaying the stock count to Scar and Toph so they could have some idea of what was going on. Almost the entire 1,000-person crowd pretty much immediately stampeded towards the CRTs to watch. People stood on chairs and got on each other's shoulders just to try to catch a glimpse for the 20-ish seconds it was out. This alone already made it like a 10 out of 10 crowd experience, but mind you, this was during Game 10. The very last game of a grand final so epic that it practically incited a riot. What makes this moment even cooler to me is by the time the stream came back, Scar and Toph just had to kind of deal with it, so they were like, we have no idea how we got here, but it's 3 stocks apiece. And thanks to the miracle of Project Slippy, a project designed for emulators like Dolphin that gave Melee several major quality of life features, we were actually able to get a replay of the match and show the world what happened in those stocks that were thought to be lost forever. Also, final shout out to Scar and Toph. They absolutely killed it here, fully elevating the moment and capturing the atmosphere of the crowd despite a truly unprecedented circumstance happening. That's why they're the commentary goats, and I'll just leave it with that.
Players, we all get to experience the adrenaline. Toph, did I hear a Falco die?
I heard a Falco die. I have no idea what's going on. I'm going to pull up the stream, but it's 15 seconds behind.
Probably doing exactly what we're doing.
Anyway, as we came back to a rattled spectator situation, Mango pulled away with a lead and didn't let it go. He closed out the final stock of Game 10, and I'll just let my goat say the rest.
Oh, what was he looking for? That could not have been intentional. Maybe looking for a way down back into that, and Mango with all the stage presence saying no jump. Mango
somehow wins the Big House 9 from a Zane who looks untouchable on the winner's side.
Okay, so I should apologize. I feel like I kind of lied a little bit. Because while Mango vs. Zane at the Big House 9 was one of my personal favorites, of all the Game 10s that have happened in Melee history, this one is actually certifiably, undeniably the best. On July 18th, 2021, another 10 games and a global pandemic led us to Smash Summit 11, one of the best matches ever played, and a very strange state of competitive Melee. Summit 11 was the first in-person event happening after COVID, and it was weird. Melee had been fully online for almost 2 years at this point, and it was possible people didn't really know what to expect going into this post-pandemic world, let alone how a silly video game tournament would end up going. Oh yeah, it was also to this day the biggest prize pool in Melee history for whatever reason, at just over $150,000, or just around $50K for first place. The stakes were truly as high as they could be, and surprise surprise, it's Mango and Zane in Grand Finals again, the clear best 2 players in the world during that era. But in Melee's biggest prize pool, in one of the most important events post-COVID, it took another grueling 10-game down-to-the-wire set for me to realize that this wasn't any old grueling 10-game down-to-the-wire set. The script could not have been written better. Of course, it was last stock game 10, but the context surrounding how we got there made this truly one for the ages. On Final Destination, Zane's Marth had not lost to Fox, like the entire species of character, in almost 2 years. Zane on this stage was essentially becoming the Barry Bonds of Melee. It had gotten to the point where some Fox players were so desperate that they started to counterpick Zane to FD themselves, a last-ditch effort to use Dave's stupid rule to prevent him from getting to play out the final 2 games of a set on that stage. But pair that perhaps insurmountable-sounding statistic up against a fully activated loser's bracket Mango, and history was bound to be made. Mango broke the mold in set 1, doing what most thought to be impossible, winning on Zane's FD twice. In set 2, it didn't just come down to the last stock of the last game. It came down to the last 60th of a second, a single frame to decide the tournament. If Zane's up air on this top platform of Battlefield arrived 1 frame earlier, it hits, his combo continues, and with the execution Zane was known for, it could have been the tournament right there. Instead, Mango got a shield up in the nick of time, and the rest is history.
Oh, the shield drop! Zane dropping the punish!
That's it!
Mango winning his first ever Smash Summit!
What? And the biggest prize pool
The biggest prize pool in Smash history!
I cannot believe it's Scarred.
The greatest Melee tournament of all time was decided by 1/60th of a second. It was, in my opinion, and as corny as this may sound, Melee's unstoppable force versus its immovable object. And it was beautiful. Okay, look, while I really wanted to end this video on the cinema that was Summit 11, and it shouldn't surprise any of my subscribers to hear that that match easily makes it into my Melee's Greatest Hits series, and I already have a video on it in the works, sometimes you just can't stop history. So yeah, maybe it's a little bit less hype, but I want to make sure I'm covering as many Major Game 10s as there may be Major Game 10s out there, so I got one more for you before we go. And funnily enough, it doesn't feature any of the so-called gods who are in nearly every entry of this video. It doesn't even have a repeat of any of the players we've already seen. Actually, it's between 2 players who, at the time, were kind of recluses to the competitive scene. For our final Major Game 10, Plup and Wizrobe met up at the tournament Riptide 2023, spiritual successor to the Smash and Splash series, which brought Wizrobe his first ever major victory. By most metrics, people would probably rate this on the smaller side of quote-unquote major level tournaments, but these 2 players were easily the favorites to make it to Grand Finals. Plup more or less breezed his way into Grands on the winner's side, while Wizzy was in Game 5 hell, going the distance against Amsa and Moki, then losing to Plup 3-0 before winning another Game 5 versus Lod to qualify for Grands on the loser's side. And obviously, given the nature of this video, it wouldn't stop there. The reason these 2 being part of this niche piece of history is so interesting to me is that neither Plup nor Wizrobe really attended much, if anything, in 2023. Both players attended fewer than 10 events in that year, which also included online events, by the way, but both players were also just known for, like, showing up out of nowhere and doing extremely well. Take CEO 2023 earlier that year, for instance. While not quite a major, Plup and Wizrobe swept in seemingly out of nowhere, took care of business, and met in Grand Finals for another Game 5 battle. The other reason these 2 players making this Game 10 in particular so interesting, aside from them both being first-timers in the last recorded Major Game 10, is that Plup kind of destroys Wizrobe. Lifetime Plup is 23-4 in sets versus Wizzy, and this also includes, by the way, an event I helped produce with Red Bull called Plup Showdown, where Plup got a 5-1 over Wizzy in a first-to-5 show match. Anyway, all that is to say is that Plup tends to get the better of Wizzy a lot. So Wizrobe taking the first set here was already super hype, but getting it to a Game 10 made it even better. Unfortunately, all roads in this matchup still seemed to lead to Plup though, as by the time they loaded back onto FOD for the runback, the Sheik had already ran away with the stock lead in the match.
He's camping the edge, bro, but he's...
Yeah,
that's it. Plup gets it done.
It's your Riptide
Yeah,
2023 champ.
The quiet poetry of a rare Game 10 Grand only happening 10 times total in Melee's history is not lost on me. These matches are celebrated for their intensity and the high level of play demonstrated by competitors. While these are some of the most prominent examples, there are certainly other instances in the competitive Melee scene where Grand Finals have extended to 10 games, In my research for this video, I found a couple Reddit threads which showed a few other sets at events not considered majors where our Grand Finals representatives were able to go the distance. There's something just really admirable to be noted though whenever two competitors go the absolute distance, both exerting their best effort for so long, then pushing themselves and each other to go even further beyond. The best part of these moments, whether it's in a traditional sport or this silly little party/fighting game, is that it's very rarely expected. Nobody ever plans or anticipates or prepares for their opponent to push them as far as they can go. It kind of just happens. And that's what makes this rare event so freaking exhilarating. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my top supporters on YouTube memberships and Patreon. Check that out if you want to help make more videos possible. Avishua Stein, Bobby Wasabi, Dark Gen X, Eric is Cool, Gustavo Cantu Fernandez, Henry Huang, Ian, Jazz the Pirate, Justin Duncan Mills, Kyle Carlin, Marshall Bradley, and Sam Wright. There are tens of thousands of Melee players. Thousands have entered majors, maybe hundreds have made it all the way to a top 8 on Championship Sunday. But in nearly 25 years of Melee history, only 22 people have ever actually won. So, how hard is it to win a Melee tournament? If you played Melee at all competitively, whether it was for thousands of dollars or just simply bragging rights, I'm sure you've probably heard something like this before. Well, my friend Hugh Jazz is the best in his college dorm. He could wipe the floor with you. The unfortunate reality about this is that Hugh is actually truly a very small fish in a very, very big pond. So now you're probably wondering, what even is a major tournament anyway? And why have only 22 people ever won them? Hugh here won his local college tournament. Does that count? Well, maybe. The thing is, how Melee defines a major is kind of nebulous. As defined by Wikipedia, major tournaments feature a large prize pool and a good number of top-tier players. On the Smash Wiki page, a major or national tournament is defined as a larger tournament that draws an extraordinary amount of attendance from the broader region as a whole. In North America, these tournaments attract players from across the United States and Canada, while European majors feature smashers from across the continent. A super major, which would be one level above major, are defined as the most prestigious tournaments in the Smash scene, and of course are included in our list of major tournament winners. If I'm being honest, the true definition for how we label an event's scale is a bit vague and honestly entirely subjective. Sometimes events will become promoted to majors or demoted to something less prestigious based on top-level attendance. Even this year, Full Bloom had one of the highest number of attendees, but was not considered a major. And by the way, all this technical jargon is for open bracket events. Invitationals are almost always defaulted to majors since they already have most, if not all, of the best competitors for their given time period. Also, all of these sites and their definitions include tournaments that occurred during the pandemic, where we, of course, were unable to compete in an in-person setting. And while there is an argument to consider or not consider these major level, for the sake of simplicity, and so this video doesn't go even longer than it already is, we're not going to include these in our rundown of tournament winners. And for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to throw the people who won online majors on the screen now. So with that out of the way, let's meet the 22 players, the only players who were able to pull it off. But I don't think any of these 22 players can handle the in-depth strategy and fantastical features you'll find in today's sponsor, Silver and Blood Requiem. Board-style tactical RPGs are actually some of my favorite games, and this even has a bit of an auto-battler element to it that I really enjoy. The gothic themes and high-quality anime-style cutscenes are really cool and blend into the gameplay well without being too intrusive, and overall it's just been a fun time. It also has an engaging narrative and pretty deep lore. For fans of medieval alchemy, vampires, and dark tales, this story in Menexus holds more than a few unexpected twists. With over 50 vassals across 4 factions, test yourself in the Blood Arena or follow the threads of fate to unravel the mystery behind Silver and Blood. You can strengthen your blood power through equipment, skills, and the Spirit Siphon to create a custom lineup, and if you play gacha games, you'll also notice how high the drop rate is. Every 20 to 30 pulls you can get a great one. Check out the vassals I got from just my first day of playing. Plus, there's famous Japanese voice
Bang, to
actors,
the room.
and the music by renowned composer Yasunori Nishiki is kind of bumping. And yeah, it's been playing in the background this whole time. I think you're really going to enjoy the strategic gameplay this game has to offer, and if you're interested in stepping into the world of Silver and Blood Requiem, you can find a link to download it in the description, or use that QR code you see in the corner of your screen. By the way, there's also a webpage event called What Hue Does Your Blood Hold, where you can take a test and win in-game rewards. Those are also linked here as well. Thank you again to Silver and Blood Requiem for supporting me and the channel, and I hope you enjoyed today's video.
No, you gotta refrain from the word chaos.
Our story begins, well, at the beginning.
bad.
Somebody had to win the first major, and who other than this guy?
bad.
That's right, a Survivor contestant won the very first major Smash Bros. Tournament, and it turns out he was pretty good at Smash too. Sephiroth Ken, who would eventually shorten his
call your
tag to
team
just
South
Ken,
Park.
would soon become known as the King of Smash. He was easily the best player in the world in the early days of competitive Melee, and he won the very first tournament
It's the
considered a
Terrence
major.
and
On
Phillips
January
show.
19th, 2003, Tournament Go 4, hosted by the legendary Matt Deasy, a person considered the founder of competitive Smash, went down at Matt's house with over 90 entrants. All stages were legal except Temple and Yoshi's Island 64 based, and all items were on except healing based, so Melee was a little bit different back then. Unfortunately, as maybe a consistent
Be not alarmed,
Chadley,
nor afeard.
shut up.
I would birth thee
How about that?
as a sweeting,
How about you
fair
do that?
and
Then
fine.
We'll call it a day.
Art thou now? Be not alarmed. I would birth. Art thou now? Now.
What are you all barking at?
Hello. It's going good. How about you?
Ouch.
There
Oh,
you
nice.
go. The dinos have made it.
I'll show you here in a sec. Let me finish respecking.
Okay. Good night, guys.
Good night, David.
Doo-doo.
I am playing on PC. Oh shit. I forgot about that. And progress. I have this much of the map uncovered. I don't know how far I am into the game or how much more I need. As far as great runes, I have 3. The one from this dude, the very first one you get, and the one from Renala. How many runes do I need? 38 today.
is it thy wish?
Okay.
Now.
Now what? Wait, can I finally... Yes, I can. Fuck yeah.
Well, I took you no matter. It's lay out your arm.
Oh shit, this is still better for her now. I want it. Actually didn't really like. And here. Oh yeah. That's gonna kill me, right? How do I get over there?
I need to go to bed pretty soon.
Oh, Friday have school tomorrow.
Yeah, but at least tomorrow's Friday. I just need to get this second exam over with.
How the fuck do you get over there?
Completely demolish it, and then I'm good.
get over there? There's the map, and the map, and the map. Okay, no. Where's the boss that Ronnie wants me to fight? Just beyond the Noxella waterfall basin. Beyond the Noxella waterfall. Where is that? Okay. Oxygen. God, I suck at parrying skills. That is a big thing. Very big thing.
Flayer.
What?
I said not the Mind Flayer.
Why did you say that? Is my question.
Oh, because that's the enemy I need to fight.
There's a Mind Flayer enemy?
Uh-huh. I never listened to or paid attention to this.
What?
This little, like, Kyrie theme song that plays here. It's so cheesy.
The what theme song?
It's... Do you remember that annoying Merc girl?
Mm-hmm.
Her.
forget that. Even is oh. So I am supposed to. Oh god, I was. Excuse me? Pretty cool.
Let us speak of the past. I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing. The two fingers and I have been cursing each other ever since, and the baleful shadows are their assassins.
Okay.
I turned my back on the two fingers, and we have each been cursing the other since. The baleful shadows.
What are those?
snake sound. This door that can open? Oh, hello. Get up there. Ah, thank you for dropping. There you go. Oh god, he's dead.
What? What? What?
My sword was literally right in their faces. He misses. Fuck off. drop down, please. Thank you. But please. I love you, good bub. Ow. Ow. There you go. God, I wish I had something that did electric damage. Oh, hello. Well then. Would you mind getting the dogs one side, babe?
Yeah.
You do mind, or you're gonna get them?
No. Like I'll get them. 2 locations.
Oh my god. Really? Fuck me, man. No. No, sir. No, sir. That better have worked. I'm so stupid. There's no way I lost another 50k rune. I really lost another 50k runes. That is so stupid.
This game is so unforgiving.
I feel like the hitboxes in this game are fucking stupid. What the fuck was that speed?
Spade to spade.
Swear if it gets me here.
Trying to find you.
What's up? Fuck. You're joking!
So it is following you.
Yes? Stop. I swear this is a fucking horror game. Fuck you. How dare you make me hate balls? They're my favorite thing. I swear there's another one. Really? 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 Nice try, idiot. This isn't. I'm looking forward to what's up here. understand. My god, to get back up there is gonna be a fucking ugh. I hate these guys. Yeah, it's around. God damn it. Come on, gather up. Let's wait for the stupid wall all over again. Jesus, get off. You know what? No. No. Why am I playing with fire? Stay away from it. okay? Are you coming? Hello? Hello? Sir? Sir? Whatever. Not gonna complain. Hey. Shield holders. And I suck at parrying lances, so. Really? Really? This game. Infuriating sometimes. Gathering some runes. In the process. Let me know when you're packed that. When are we gonna get the upgraded version?
Where's the weed?
Here. Ah, near my eye. I swear if this bitch over here kills me. Where? You know? No, it's. Come here. Whatever. Over this. Really? My goodness. Let's see what name here. Is that a charm? Oh. Oh. Noise. Now, do I want that charm right now? How many days come up like that? Sure, let's check. Rearrange it.
full is repacked.
Oh. Oh wait.
Even when I turned my back upon the Two Fingers, Blythe remained my loyal ally.
Does Dark say?
Though he was created
I
a
don't know.
vassal for Imperium, he was a colossal failure on the part of the Two Fingers. Blythe and E.G. both
It's lagging again.
aren't willing to give too much
It's
to me.
just been doing it on and
Yet,
off. I'm just kind of giving up
they
on it.
both understand what lieth beyond the dark path, that I must betray everything and rid the world of what came before. Ah. Should I add thee to the list? Another one. Kind of heart. As kind of heart as they.
Honestly, babe, restart the computer.
Babe, I'm not gonna do that right now because we're about to, like, finish off here anyways.
This form hath loosened my tongue. I've let slip too much. Forget what thou'st heard. Forget.
You know what? Some other bullshit happened. Oh. Hello.
O Shadow, thou art the last. Tell the Two Fingers that Rani the Witch cometh to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
Oh god. I sure do love getting one shot. Did I just get my runes? This is gonna bite me in the ass! That damage is not even worth that. My roots are not gonna be like right on top of it.